All right, good morning. I'm Carrie Barnes, Vice Chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party. Today, Saturday, August 17th, we're hosting our endorsement interviews for the offices of City Attorney, District Attorney, Sheriff, Treasurer, Board of Education, City College, and BART Board. Hope I got everybody. I'd like to introduce my co-chair, Michaela Aliotto Pierre. Welcome. There you are, and our volunteer, Abigail Wall, who'll be doing our timekeeping. And our vote, just for the public to know, on these endorsements will be the fourth Wednesday per usual of every month on August 28th. So what to expect? We're going to invite David Chu, City Attorney, our first candidate, to do a 1-minute pitch, 6-minute Q&A, I believe. Everyone pipe in here if that is following it correctly, and then a 1-minute wrap up. So each interview is scheduled for 8 minutes, and we have a 2-minute buffer in between. We're a little behind, but we will get started right now. So I'm going to start, David, with a question to you.
Well, I think he gets his opening statement.
Oh, yes, yes. I will wait for that, of course. I'm too eager on that one. So you can start. You have the floor, David.
All right. Good morning, Democrats. As a former member of the DCCC, I just want to thank you for your leadership and your due diligence. So years ago, I went to law school inspired by the fight for justice, which has shaped my career as a civil rights attorney, a prosecutor, Democratic counsel to the Senate Judiciary Committee, president of the Board of Supervisors, and an assembly member. In the last 3 years as your city attorney, I've stood up for our city in many ways, holding special interests accountable, like the opioid industry, who we may pay $350 million for flooding our city with dangerous drugs, big oil to make them pay for climate change and sea level rise, big tobacco for marketing to youth. I've stood up for consumers defrauded by companies, workers illegally denied benefits, tenants living in dangerous conditions, stood up for civil rights on many occasions around reproductive rights, immigrant rights, and saving Laguna Honda. And my guess is my 1 minute's probably over, so happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so now I'll ask you. So as you know, we have created a special committee on sexual assault and harassment. And I'm most interested, David, to hear about your announcement 2 days ago about suing over a dozen websites that use AI to create non-consensual images of women and girls. And I know that with AI, there are sometimes unintended consequences, but I'd love to hear about how you plan to balance community needs with potential pitfall of overregulation.
Well, so first of all, I want to just compliment the DCCC for your leadership when it comes to sexual assault, which we cannot tolerate in any context, but particularly within our political circles. I think getting to Chair Barnes's questions, we all know that AI has numerous benefits, and there are many things it will usher in that are good and positive. But we also know that there are unintended consequences and occasions when, say, criminals may take advantage of things. I was alerted some months back by a couple deputies in my office who happen to be mothers of daughters of this phenomenon of certain AI models that have been trained to essentially take photographs of people with clothes on and turn it into pornography and, in too many instances, child pornography. There are lots and lots of websites out in the world in the darkest corners of the web where this is happening. 2 days ago, I announced really a first of its kind lawsuit in the country brought against 16 of the largest websites in the world when it comes to this, that has been visited over 200 times, 200 million times collectively in the first 6 months of this year. I think it goes without saying what the impact of this is as far as victimizing mostly women and girls and causing just tremendous harm to reputation, to mental health, etc. We have seen this play out in too many schools in America and in Europe. And so I felt compelled to bring this. But just taking a step broadly, I think we need to make sure that as AI develops, it's developing the right way, and it will require nuanced regulations because we want to make sure we're not shutting down the innovation and the spirit of using this for good, but we need to make sure that the types of examples like what we announced this week don't happen.
Wonderful. Michaela, did you, I want to ask a question of David?
Sure. Hi, David. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'm curious, in your position, what have you found to be the most challenging things that you deal with on a daily basis?
Well, I would say, and we get sued thousands of times every year. We defend a lot of those suits. We're engaged in an awful lot of litigation. I'll say one thing that surprised me when I came back from being a legislating policymaker, time in the legislature, time with you on the Board of Supervisors, is all of the laws that are passed over decades end up layering on top of each other, such that my office, a lot of times of what we do, we're advising policymakers that if you want to build housing or address public safety or get our economy going, you have to go through a myriad of local, state, and federal rules and laws and regulations that can make things more difficult in addressing the issues of the day. And so as we're trying to sort this stuff through, I'm always trying to push our deputies to advise our clients on how we can make things easier to streamline, to really get directly at the problems we're trying to get at, like a $1.7 million toilet that we're trying to build in Noe Valley, or building affordable housing, or trying to open up a bakery or a yogurt shop in the city. So that's what I have probably found to be the most unexpected challenge. And on our advice side, as we're advising clients on how to do this, trying to think with that complexity in mind and how we actually accomplish results that we can allow government to deliver for people.
Thank you. I was interested in your perspective, having been on both sides of the city attorney's office, as a user and as the head. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you and I were both clients together, and now I'm on the other side.
Yes, we were. Yes.
I'd like to call on Parag. He has a question.
Hey, David. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm curious. So, if elected again, what would be some of your focuses for your coming term?
So I kind of alluded to it in my answer to Member Alioto-Pierre about really taking a step back and looking at all the bodies of law that we have, and whether there are simpler ways to do things, or whether things that were done 20, 50 years ago should be moved out. Earlier, or I think it was about a year ago, the SF Standard did an article that said only one person knows the answer to this question. And the question was, how many commissions, boards, advisory committees are there? The person who knew the answer was my communications director, who counted that there were 183. And I think we can all agree there's tremendous need for oversight in a lot of different areas, but 183 of these bodies probably doesn't make sense. And I know that is part of the discussion in this year as well as into the future. But just thinking of how we can make sure government is delivering, doing it in the right way, doing it in an efficient and effective way is what our constituents ask us to do. But I also think a different way to answer your question is we will focus on whatever are the top issues of the day. So we're doing a ton of work at this moment around housing and homelessness, around public safety, around making sure that our downtown is revitalized. I'm happy to talk about any of the work in those areas. The fact that we filed this lawsuit this week against these bad AI actors is a reflection of the fact that the law is always changing, the needs, the crises are always changing, and it's up to offices like ours to adapt to that and address the issues of the day.
David, thank you. We're at time. I know there was a little bit of a delay starting, but if you want to just quickly wrap up before we move on to our next candidate. Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to answer Kurt's question. Good to see you, Kurt. Maybe, the last thing I'll just mention is I have, for my entire career, been a lifelong Democratic activist. I spent 15 years on the DCCC as a proxy for, I think, 2 years, then an elected member for several terms, and then an ex officio during my time in the legislature. I was elected as the E-Board rep for the Assembly District, served on the executive board of the California Democratic Party, where I also was an officer with the API caucus. And this year, at this moment, like many of you, I'm helping to spearhead national organizing, particularly in the API community for my former colleague from the San Francisco DA's office, and now our presidential nominee on the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris. Appreciate the support of so many of you. Been endorsed by every elected official in town and statewide who's endorsed in this race, all of our labor unions or Democratic clubs, and I'd be honored to have your support today. And again, thank you guys for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks.
All right. Up next on your calendar is the district attorney's race. Your first candidate guest is the current district attorney, Brooke Jenkins. I'm going to go ahead and promote her to panelist. And then as a advisory note, the other candidate in this race, Ryan Kwajaste, texted me and said he had a family emergency or a personal emergency, and he said he couldn't make this time slot. And he asked if it would be possible to dial in near the end when we are wrapping up this interview day in the afternoon. And I told him I would defer to the call of the co-chairs. And so you two let me know, talk it over in the side chat, and let me know what you think, and I will communicate that to Ryan. But we now have Brooke here.
Good morning, Brooke. How are you? Or Madam District Attorney, nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you all.
So thank you for coming and joining us. I'm going to be your co-chair for the morning, along with Carrie Barnes, who is the vice chair of the DCCC.
Morning.
We are going to, the interview is going to be quick, but it is 8 minutes. It's going to begin with a 1 minute opening, 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute closing. And so thank you for coming this morning. And with that, I hand you the floor.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I have been honored to serve as your district attorney for the past 2 years. As most of you know, I started off in the San Francisco DA's office after about 8 years in corporate law back in 2014 in the misdemeanor unit, working my way up through the office. General felonies. I was the hate crimes prosecutor for 2 years. I was in the sexual assault unit and then finished my last 1.5 years on the line as a homicide prosecutor. And so I have seen every type of case that we handle in the DA's office. And I used that experience to really inform me for how we needed to move forward with restoring accountability in San Francisco when I took over. And I hit the ground running from the start with the priorities of really rebuilding our office to bring back experienced prosecutors after losing 62 prosecutors of 130 in the previous administration, and then restoring our relationship with the San Francisco Police Department and other law enforcement agencies who we need to have a functioning partnership with in order to achieve our mission. And then, of course, making sure that in each and every type of case that we have priorities in order to make sure that we have sufficient and appropriate consequences for offenders. I've made it clear that we have to have accountability and that it looks different ways for different people who enter our system, and that we will maintain San Francisco values in striking the balance between when we need to really be firm and when we need to off-ramp somebody into a different treatment or job training program. And so that is what we've been doing. We are seeing crime rates begin to drop in San Francisco, and I want to be able to continue this work so that we can keep the momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's pivot a little bit and just talk about what's been going on in both San Francisco and in the state of California with the homeless sweeps. Can you give us an idea of how, what kind of an impact that's having on the district attorney's office in general and how you're dealing with it?
Yes. As of late, our office has not really been impacted by that just yet. We had to, of course, prepare for either way that the grants pass ruling could go. And for me, I wanted to sit down at the table with lawyers in my office and understand the law surrounding what cases we might receive from SFPD and how we plan to go forward when those cases arrive. Unlike with other types of citations where we would get a case immediately upon even the first citation. There's sort of a bundling process that happens naturally with the police before they actually can cite someone for a misdemeanor violation of sit lie, and those other types of offenses. And so upon a case making it to us eventually, it'll be a misdemeanor. This will be a person's likely third violation of the sit lie laws. And so what we plan to do at this point is to route those individuals into one of our treatment courts, most likely the Community Justice Center, to make sure they're getting tied in with resources that will assist them really in making a proper decision for their lives. This isn't about criminalizing people, putting them in jail, those types of things. We need to really emphasize helping them understand why they can't stay on the street, and connecting them to resources that will help them do so.
Great, thank you very much, Vice Chair Barnes.
Hi, Brooke. As you know, we have created a special committee on sexual assault and harassment. And it was, we learned this past week about the home release of former Dem Club president who was charged with rape. And in addition, there were charges that were dropped against dozens of people accused of a range of things, including domestic violence and sexual battery. So my question for you is, if your job involves making convictions, what needs to change or what needs to happen in order for you to successfully do that and protect women?
Yes, and I think highlighting both of those issues, really it comes down to what we've been dealing with in the court system that I've been trying to point out and really be transparent about to the public. So much of what goes on in the courtrooms is in sort of a dark space where nobody can see what's going on and nobody knows. I don't want to get too much into a specific case, but what I will say is judges do get to make determinations about someone's custody status at the outset. All we can do as a DA's office is advocate for what we believe is best for public safety. Anytime someone has been accused of sexual assault, certainly forcible sexual assaults, we will seek for their detention because generally we would assume that they present a public safety risk given the conduct. That's what we did. And unfortunately, as we've seen in many instances, judges have made the decisions that they feel are best. And oftentimes we disagree, but we are stuck with what they decide. With respect to the cases that got dismissed, those were 70 misdemeanor cases. As most of you might have heard, during COVID and even in the year following COVID, the initial COVID pandemic, the court system never reinstated resuming misdemeanor trials. And so misdemeanor cases began to just stack up, even those that were set for trial. And at a certain point when the pandemic was no longer a valid excuse for why the courts had not resumed those trials, people's speedy trial rights began to be violated. And so, yes, as a part of that, misdemeanor domestic violence cases, misdemeanor sexual battery cases were included. And again, this was about the court failing to resume those trials on a timely basis. This even preceded my appointment as DA. They should have resumed long before that. But then even after that, not making a sufficient record of good cause for why they were unable to do so. And so the appeals court has said recently, look, you didn't make a proper record. You didn't have the right excuse for why. You violated all these people's rights. And now we, of course, have to honor the law and what we owe to defendants. Sadly, as we see, victims have been impacted. Public safety has been impacted. And so our job is just to continue to put pressure on the court to do the right thing and to do the legal thing.
Okay, thank
Thank you, Madam District Attorney. Why don't we do one more very quick one? Hasib, we have about a minute.
Okay. Good morning, District Attorney Jenkins. Good to see you on the screen this morning. I wanted to focus real quickly my question on commercial burglaries in the city. Time after time, we hear a mom and pop store getting broken into. They're feeling helpless, vulnerable, and that the city's not necessarily showing up for them. So do you have care to share any strategies around helping commercial burglaries and prosecuting those that continues to commit those crimes?
Yes, and I've been working diligently with the various merchants associations around the city, along with the business community, to really understand what they continue to face in each and every different merchant corridor around the city, bringing along police, because at the end of the day, they're on the front lines, and really trying to do more with deterrence by having a significant police presence where we see the most level of crime with these businesses, but making sure that we're advocating for the technology we need to catch these people, which is now improved after the passage of Prop E, and then really looking at who are our most prolific offenders. Thankfully, we were able to secure a grant from the state that allowed us to designate a retail theft prosecutor. That is her entire focus. She now meets with the small business community as well, so that we can target, especially for the most serious consequences, those who are repeat offenders. The other thing that I've had to do significantly with the small business community is urge them to report. They, of course, were worn out. They have smaller staffs. They were not reporting what was happening. And I had to explain to them, if you do not report, the police and my office don't see what you're going through, and therefore are not sending resources to those specific areas. And so that's a lot of what we've been doing, and that we have to continue to do, is urge them to tell us what's going on, make sure that we have sufficient police presence in these areas, that we're using technology where we can to help catch these individuals, and that my office is paying attention to who we need to make sure that we have the appropriate consequences for the people committing the most problems here in San Francisco in that area.
I appreciate that.
Madam.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Hasib. Thank you, Madam District Attorney. So very quickly, we've run a little bit over, but if you wouldn't mind just giving us a quick recap, maybe 30 seconds, on whatever you think you may have missed, although you've covered a lot.
I just want to say thank you. I really do want to continue this work. We've made significant strides, as I said, not just with curbing crime, but also with bringing that balance of reform into the system as well. I've launched the Access to Hope initiative, which is a new initiative in my office that is strictly about making sure that we uplift our youth, bringing them into the DA's office to learn about career opportunities, taking them on a civil rights trip down to the South, really just trying to, again, bring the balance that I promised San Francisco. I think San Francisco needs an experienced prosecutor who knows what they're doing. We cannot go backwards. If we do, we will see more businesses leave, tourism continue to be stifled, and we will see the continuation of frustration in our city. I think we are on the right track right now, and I'd love to be able to continue that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move. There we go. Perfect. So your next candidate was supposed to be Mr. Kojaste for this race. Like I said at the beginning, he texted me this morning and said he's unavailable for this time slot. He had a personal emergency.
Yeah.
You're welcome to take that up. The question.
But why don't we just stay on track right now? Carrie and I can talk about it, and we'll let you know. So
yeah. Sidebar about it separately. Right now, we do have the next candidate available, Mr. Michael Juan, for the sheriff's office race. So without objection, I'm going to promote him up.
Bring him in. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
So we would like to invite you to do a 1-minute introduction, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute wrap up. And welcome, and we'll let you take the floor.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Juan. I'm running for Sheriff of San Francisco. A little bit about myself. Born and raised in the Excelsior, Crocker, Amazon neighborhood of the city. Proud alumni of Archbishop Reardon High School, graduate of San Francisco State, and currently I am a Master Public Administration student at the University of San Francisco. Currently, I've been a police officer for about 10 years. I served in the United States Marine Corps for 10 as well, where I served as a staff sergeant. I was able to serve as a platoon sergeant, which is the third senior enlisted in my unit when I got out. I am excited to be here. Thank you for having me. I want to bring my leadership abilities that I learned from my time in the Marine Corps and what I learned as a law enforcement officer to the sheriff's office and be innovative and try something different, which is very much needed in the sheriff's office as far as programs for the inmates that are currently serving time in the jails, and just to move forward with leadership abilities that the deputies need desperately in the sheriff's office. And that's my 1 minute.
Okay, wonderful. So Michael, in your questionnaire, you talked about leadership through action quite a few times. It's also on your website. It's like your platform, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about how it works and how you would implement that if elected.
Absolutely. So leadership through action for me is making the necessary adjustments to what's currently happening in the sheriff's office. I've spoken with a lot of deputies that I used to work with when I was a deputy there. And the biggest thing that is being faced in the sheriff's office, and everyone knows, is staffing. Staffing is a huge issue. So when I say leadership through action, I mean, let's make the necessary steps to solve that initial issue of staffing. So let's talk with the deputies that work at the front line and figure out what is the collaborative solution to getting more deputies to sign up and fill our ranks in order to keep deputies safe, keep the inmates safe in jail and other city workers. So that is what I mean by leadership through action, is taking the necessary steps and doing something about it.
Wonderful. Michaela, do you have, and Michaela's our co-chair of the endorsements committee.
Hi, Michael. Yeah, nice to see you.
Hi, nice to finally meet you.
Yes, finally, in person, kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
So this is a question I'm sure that, it's interesting to me because people get the sheriff's office and the police department a little intertwined. And I'm just wondering if you could do us a favor today and just talk about the difference, like not the difference, but where you come together and where you're separated. You know, as the county sheriffs, we love you because you take care of us at City Hall.
Of course.
But if you could speak a little bit to that, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely. I've had to actually answer this question multiple times for our community members who don't quite know the difference. So yes. The sheriff's office is, first off, the sheriff's office is an elected county office like any other county in California or throughout the country. For example, in San Mateo County, you have all the little cities, and you have the San Mateo County Sheriff. Well, because San Francisco is a city and county, the way it differs is the county sheriff deputies deal with the custody setting, which is all of our county jails, which is one is down 850 Bryant 7th Street. That building is County Jail 2 and County Jail 1. And then we have one in San Bruno, which is County Jail 3. So the difference where it separates is deputies in the sheriff's office work the custody setting, City Hall, SF General, and the police department does a lot of the patrol function, which is all the different police stations you see throughout the city. So that's really where it differs. And where it kind of comes together is the deputies also have that cross sort of role at SF General and throughout the city as far as patrolling and having field units. For example, they have the warrants unit that goes out and deals with folks that are that have warrants, and they get out there and make the necessary arrests. So that's, in a nutshell, how it's different but similar. So the deputies are California certified law enforcement officers. Just in San Francisco, the roles sort of separate, with mainly being in custody and the police department mainly being in the field.
And so if I may, Carrie, just to follow up on that. So how do you think, do you have ideas on how to better work together, or do you see any are there any problems? What are the problems that you're faced with right now with working with both the sheriff and the police department?
Absolutely. So I think my plan and my hope is to work more collaboratively with the police department. As having worked at the sheriff's office, what I've always seen was just you're on this side of the in your roles, and the police department's on the other side. I feel a lot of deputies have a lot of skills that they can bring to the table to work with the police department. So, for example, operationally, I feel the deputies can provide operational efficiency is what I call it. So the sheriff's office used to have a program called the Station Transfer Unit, where deputies go from different district station, police stations, to pick up custodies and bring them to County Jail 1 intake. So I think that is probably one of the most important roles that the sheriff's office can assist the police department in the field, because it will allow less time for police officers to transport their custodies from the field to County Jail 1 for intake. If a deputy can do that, then that leaves the police officers out in the field to go to react for calls for service, which there are a lot. As a police officer at UC San Francisco right now, I hear all the time how much there's not enough staffing for both the police officers and the sheriff's office. So I think if we can work collaboratively in that aspect, that can expedite a lot of what's happening on the field or in the field.
Thank you.
Just checking in, Abigail, on how many minutes we have left.
We have 1 more minute.
Oh,
Actually,
yes, this is the 1 minute warning.
for the wrap up. Okay. Michael, as part of your wrap up, could you sort of embed my question as part of it, which is, you're running, I think, in part because you're not satisfied with how it's currently going, correct? So what would you change or do differently that the current sheriff who's running for re-election is not? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So I think one of the biggest things I would change is I kind of circle back to leadership through action. I think leadership is absolutely the difference between what is currently happening and how the agency can be better served. So talking to the deputies, they just want to be heard. I consider myself a leader, more of a servant leader. I want to serve the deputies. I want to serve the city of San Francisco. And by doing that, I feel everything else can fall into place, knowing that the agency is supported, the frontline deputies are supported, and the people closest to the problem feel supported.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we're going to say goodbye to Michael and now move on to the next interview. Thank you, Bobek.
Right, you're at time.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
All right. And change to attendee. Done. Next on your calendar, you have Paul Miyamoto, the current sheriff of San Francisco. I'll go ahead and promote Paul up to be a panelist.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
How are you all?
Paul, thank you. I'm vice chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, Carrie Barnes. Thank you for being with us today for our endorsement interviews. And here's how we're running it. We'll invite you to do a 1 minute introduction, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute wrap up. So with that, I'd love to give you the floor.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, the 1 minute wrap up can be very simple because I'm currently the sheriff of San Francisco. I have completed my first term and I'm running to continue to lead and guide the sheriff's office. Born and raised in San Francisco, went to Lowell High School, went to UC Davis for undergrad, came back to work for the city, and for the past 28 years now, 28 plus, I've been in the sheriff's office. So my only civil service commitment has been with this office, and I've risen through the ranks. I've done everything at every operational level. I've done everything at every administrative level: investigations, operations in the jails, patrol, FTO, training, everything you can say. I met my wife in jail on the first day of the job, and with my wife, who was both a deputy sheriff and a police officer who shared a career with me, we've managed to raise 5 children in San Francisco and are looking forward to being empty nesters when our triplets leave after 2 more years at Lowell. And that's my quick version. So there's your 1 minute.
Thank you. I will then proceed with Q&A. So in your questionnaire, you expressed concern about the condition of the jail as well as the jailed population and the suffering in particular with behavioral and mental health. So that's obviously a big issue in general, that one person can't alone solve. But what do you recommend if reelected? How would you work on that?
I absolutely think that my experience will lend itself to coming up with proper direction to follow. We used to be very, very good at our programmatic contract content, the services that we provide. We built a jail around a high school out at San Bruno, one in which I opened, and worked with staff to populate and get people graduated from high school. And it has moved on now to have partnerships with City College to get college level education to our population. I think what I saw after COVID was a reduction, well, even before COVID and the pandemic, was a work towards getting people out of jail, which is a goal we all want to achieve. I always tell people that it's easier for deputies and staff if there are less people in jail. So our intention isn't to fill the jails for an extended period of time. However, as we move people out of jail to different types of involvement in the justice system, we also saw ourselves being a little less funded with the programs, a little less supported with the programs. My belief is that we can reinvest in those things, the same things that we've done for many years. I want to partner with more community-based organizations. I want to partner with people who have had the same shared experiences. Those are the most effective ones to bring into the jails, to bring in to talk to our population. We have currently many programs, and I just would like to make them more robust. When it comes to behavioral health and mental health, we absolutely need more support there in terms of our jail health services. We're 1% of the overall Department of Public Health budget, which, as you know, is the largest budget in our city family. And I believe that we have the ability to push more resources into helping people with behavioral health issues in their moment when they're in jail. The intention isn't to criminalize mental health behavior. It isn't to criminalize drug use, but it is to help people in their moment when they're in jail. And it needs to be part of the prongs of public safety that we act on. Nobody wants to think about jail. And so it's up to me as the sheriff to continue to advocate for those support systems in place.
Wonderful. Thank you. Michaela is our co-chair of the endorsement committee, and I will let her ask you the next question.
Hello, Sheriff. Nice to have you here.
Hey, Michaela.
I think probably the best line is I met my wife in jail. I thought that was pretty funny. And I can't believe you've got triplets in high school. Wow. God bless.
Thank you.
So going back on to just talking a little bit more about the mental health issue. As a former member of the Board of Supervisors, that was a huge issue. And the question really is, with more resources, where would those resources be directed? Where do you think we could, actually do better if we had more money, more resources? Is it through the Department of Public Health, or is it through new training for your officers? Like, what does that look like? And as we move forward, what do you think some of the biggest issues facing the Sheriff's Department are in the next 4 years?
That's great. Yeah, absolutely. To get to your first question regarding behavioral health, we have programs in place that I'd like to see repopulated. One, for example, would be a constant clinician that watches our most acute, our highest level of care needed psychiatric inmates. We have them in one place at CPOD in 425 7th Street, which is where CJ2 is located, right behind 850 Bryant. We have psychiatric sheltered living units. We actually have cohorts of our population where we bring them together in a living unit with behavioral health issues. And I think that's a program that I actually started up on the 7th floor when I was the captain at the Hall of Justice in partnership with Jail Health Services. We had programs in place that would benefit from more support in terms of clinicians and staff. Our health service workers are just as understaffed as we are right now. And not a lot of people want to work in jail, to work with people in crisis that have challenges. So it's very hard for our health service support to get people in there. And I think that's where, if we could create an internship program to bring more people in, that's one area where we can garner interest, have people come in that are developing their skill sets and be a part of the staffing, and hopefully lead on a path to continuing that career in that field. The second thing in terms of staffing, that's our biggest issue. I heard I heard the previous candidate mention staffing is the number one concern. Absolutely is. It rests on the mind of all of our staff. It led to some challenges in assaults on staff recently. We had a board of supervisors committee on the whole meet back in May, where we presented jail conditions and what we are faced with. I mentioned the mental health issues, the more sophisticated population that we have, more challenging population. And although we are doing a good job at bringing new deputies in, we can do better in terms of numbers. We're challenged coming off of the social reform movement with George Floyd, which really vilified our profession, and it made it very difficult to recruit people. I believe that right now we are back on track and that we're moving towards getting more people in. But with that comes a challenge, Michaela, because that means more people with less experience are going into the jail. So I believe that there should be more training. I spent 5 years in training in the department as a manager, so I know exactly where we need to focus. Crisis intervention techniques is already a training that we have and will provide for our staff. I think we need more collaborative training with jail health service staff, similar to what the street crisis response team is doing out on the streets now, partnering emergency service workers with healthcare professionals and clinicians. We had what was called the behavioral health assistance team out at County Jail 3, the exact same model with deputies specifically identified to partner and to do these things and to meet people before they're in crisis and to constantly carry on those relations. I'd like to expand on that program as well and carry it out so that we deal with people with dual disorders downtown at County Jail 2, the same way that we deal with them out at County Jail 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are almost at the conclusion of our interview. If you'd like to wrap up really quickly, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Okay, what was my last thing that I'm supposed to do for the wrap up?
Well, I offered originally a 1 minute wrap up that expired. 30 seconds, please. Yeah.
30-second wrap up.
You think we may have
30-second wrap up is this. I instituted core values, not just our mission statement, not just a vision, not just a strategic plan, but I instituted core values into the department in my first term. They are service, professionalism, and pride. All of those encompass exactly what I want to see in all of our staff, not just sworn uniform staff, but every member of our department. Because if we continue on those values and we carry ourselves with those values, that's exactly the direction that this department needs to move. To be a better part of the public safety team that we have in place in San Francisco and move it forward, you have to consider people who work in the justice system, people who are incarcerated, and having people espouse those values carries on those values to the people they work with, for the people that are incarcerated. So hopefully we move towards that goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Nice to see you this morning.
You as well. Good luck with everything else. I know you guys have a lot of candidates going through, and I'm just about to go see another candidate at a party, so I'll see you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and Mr. Miyamoto back to attendee. Your next race and sole slot is for the treasurer's office. We have Mr. Cisneros, and he is here, so I'm going to go ahead and promote him. Treasurer Cisneros, welcome.
Good morning, folks.
Hi, Jose. How are you?
Hi.
Good morning.
Good. Thank you.
Welcome to the DCCC endorsements. I'm going to be your co-chair today, along with Carrie Barnes, who is our second co-chair, and Abigail Wall, who you can't really see, is our timekeeper. So you'll see the numbers kind of flash up where Abigail's name is when it's appropriate. So the structure of today's interview is going to start with a 1 minute opening. Then we'll have 6 minutes of Q&A, and then we will follow that with a last minute closing. So with that, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. Hope all of you know who I am. I'm Jose Cisneros, and as the elected treasurer for San Francisco for the last 20 years, I serve as the city's banker and chief investment officer. And I'm proud of our outstanding record of safe money management and revenue collections that ensure resources for all the good works that the city does, providing public safety, healthcare, education, transit, on and on and on. Our office collectively across all the work we do, bring in about half of the city's annual budget, upwards of $5 or $6 billion. As I said, we collect all the taxes, including the new taxes passed by the voters. Just recently, we began collecting the overpaid executive tax and the commercial vacancy tax. And this coming year, we're going to work to be collecting the empty homes tax for the first year. And that's going to require doing unprecedented outreach to property owners so they know how to comply with the tax. I was also proud to work with the controller over the last few months to work on a set of reforms for our business tax system that a group of advocates has now put on the fall ballot. If this measure passes, we look forward to doing significant work to implement the changes that will be coming there. We actually spend a lot of our time working with small businesses. And in fact, the new measure will continue to improve the situation for small businesses, simplifying the tax and increasing the cutoff for businesses not even having to pay the tax. So I'm proud of the work we're doing. If we have time, I'd love to chat about many of the financial empowerment programs that I've launched. But I'm just proud to be here and would be honored to have your support. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Treasurer. Well, I would love to hear about the empowerment programs that you've put in place, particularly after COVID. I think the city, we were really, really hurt by COVID. Our small businesses really took it on the chin. And I'd love to know what we have done to help improve those situations. And please speak to the empowerment programs that you've put in place.
Well, first of all, let's talk about small businesses because, as you say, they really are in many ways the backbone of the business community. By far, they are the largest population of businesses we have here. And we continue to be happy to work with them as they pay their taxes and make sure they understand how they are performed. I can't tell you how many times people come to me and actually thank you for the work they do with the treasurer's office. Oftentimes they come and tell me that they got a tax bill, they didn't understand it, they were pretty pissed off, but they come in or call on the phone and talk to our staff. And by the time we finish with them, we always take as much time as we need, we make sure they understand what they owe and why they owe it. And they come to me personally, they step forward and they say, I'm not happy about what I ended up having to pay, but I'm grateful for the work your office did to make sure we understood it. I'm very proud of the work we've done with the policymakers, the mayor and the supervisors on something called First Year Free, which took away a lot of the startup costs for small businesses, particularly post-pandemic. This was a big issue. It was put in place a number of years ago, but again, the mayor and the board have extended it and extended it and extended it, and I think it's really made a difference going forward. As I said, the new ballot measure will raise the business tax cutoff for small businesses. It is now that any business small with less than $2.25 billion, million dollars of revenue in a given year is exempt from the gross receipts tax. That limit is going to be raised to $5 million in the new measure. So the idea is, once again, to reduce burdens on small businesses and let them be successful, let them thrive.
Wonderful, thank you. Vice Chair Barnes.
I'm glad you corrected the billion to a million. That's good, Jose.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, yes, I'd love to ask you a question. So you are running uncontested. You've been our treasurer for 20 years. Why do you still want this job?
Oh my gosh, I could go on and on. I honestly love the job. There's so much important work we do in the office, as I was just talking about, 180 different types of taxes and fees. It's never a dull moment. Things are constantly changing. And in addition to receiving new taxes, you got to love how our voters here in San Francisco have no problem at all passing new taxes, sometimes year after year after year. It keeps us busy with work. It also, though, sets up a challenge. Over 20 years, as you can imagine, we've needed to upgrade our systems many times over. Technology continues to change. Service needs continue to change. I'm very proud of the fact that we have delivered numerous technology upgrade projects, both on time and on budget. So I'm always proud of the work we do in the office. And then in addition to that, I've had the freedom to be able to oftentimes raise philanthropic funding and launch what I love to call financial empowerment programs. Those include steering people towards better financial products like better bank accounts, providing one-on-one financial coaching for low-income individuals so they can get a first look at their credit report and find out how to improve their situation. And then, of course, as many people have heard of, our college savings account program, Kindergarten to College, which launched over a dozen years ago with the support of Mayor Gavin Newsom, has now opened an account for every child in the public school district. We've opened 57,000 college savings accounts, and those accounts collectively hold $17 million to fund children's college educations. And the overwhelming majority, 2/3 of that money came from the families themselves. We are really making a difference for children's futures here in San Francisco, most importantly, our kids from low-income families. So I continue to be in love with the job, and I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Jose. So we have about a minute. I would like to ask Hasib Imran to ask his question, if that's okay with you. And we'll finish if there's anything at the end that you'd like to just pop in there, we've got 1 minute for you. All right, Hasib.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Treasurer Cisneros, good to see you. You answered a little bit of that question, and in 2011, you kicked off the K2 college savings account. And if you fast forward now, it's like those young people are actually attending college now. It's just kind of that idea, the legacy and the experience that you have when you're focusing on low income, middle income kids going to college. It's just the importance of knowing the financial literacy too. It's a graduation requirement starting in 2031. And can you just speak to that financial education to the young people too, as a treasurer of San Francisco, how you can continue to build that up with our young people?
Thank you, Hasib. We really work hard to through the mechanics of our program to reach out to kids, particularly kids in low-income families. We've partnered with the school district to focus a lot on what I believe are called pitch schools. These are the schools with predominantly kids, Black and brown kids from low-income families. And we've reached out and doubled our efforts in those schools to reach out to families to offer them larger cash incentives for engaging with the account. Because we know that every time a family makes a deposit in one of these accounts, it starts a set of conversations at home about college that otherwise might not be happening. And it's those conversations that build aspirations. We right now are undergoing a scientific analysis now that some of the first cohorts have graduated, and looking at what kind of impact we've made on college attendance and successful futures. So please stay tuned and let's see how those results come out. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I'd be honored to have your support.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. It's nice to have you here this morning. Happy Saturday.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go back.
Yes. So a brief reminder about this next section. Our next race that we're hearing interviews for is the BART District 7 race. And Chair Tung reached out to the Alameda County Democratic Party and invited them to join our interview for this particular race because it crosses county lines. And she also instructed you two to make a point of calling on and giving deference to the Alameda County members. I'm promoting them all up right now as I see them logging in, and I'm also going to promote up our first candidate for this race, Mr. Flores. Igor, let me know if there's anyone else that needs to be promoted in the attendee box. I emailed you my phone number. You can text me or just put me in the chat. But it looks like everybody is putting AC Dems in their name, which is very helpful and is making it very easy for me to figure out who is a member of your county committee. So without further ado, oh, good, you're giving me the other names. All right, great.
And, welcome, Alameda. Nice to have you here. This is kind of fun. Go ahead, Carrie.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. We're really excited to have you. I'm Carrie Barnes, Vice Chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, Co-Chair of the Endorsements Committee. Michaela is my fellow Co-Chair as well, Michaela Alioto-Pierre. We are running the endorsement meeting the following way, which is we'll invite you to do a 1-minute introduction, Victor, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute wrap up. So with that, and questions should be put in the chat if you have questions for Victor and others, and you should write stack, and then we will call on people as questions as they come. Okay, Victor, thank you. You can have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you all, not just for the opportunity to interview, but just for all of the work that you're doing. As a former associate to the Alameda County Democratic Party, I know how much work that takes. I'm running for BART District 7. I am the proud son of 2 immigrant parents who did their best to make sure that I was raised right. And to this day, they still work 2 to 3 jobs to put food on the table and put a roof over their heads. As a youth growing up in East Oakland, I did everything that I could to stay in trouble, resulting in myself being arrested and charged as an adult, and serving time in state prison. It was through that experience that I came out committed to serving in public service to make sure that not another youth would go through that experience that I went through. It was through that, through working in public sector, that I learned about urban renewal, redlining, and environmental racism, which committed me even further to working specifically on infrastructure and land use projects that landed me at Greenbelt Alliance as the East Bay Resilience Manager. I now work to make communities more vibrant, sustainable, and safer. I want to bring that expertise to BART to make sure that it is safe, clean, reliable, and most importantly, enjoyable. And I believe that we can do that with the bold vision and the coalition to get things done.
Wonderful.
Great.
Apologies. I had myself on mute. Victor, I have a question for you. I was reading through your questionnaire, and I noticed that you emphasize less about the need for more ridership and more about income coming in from real estate. So I'm really curious about how that would work, how you're defining real estate. So if you could please expand on that, it'd be fabulous.
Yeah, definitely. It's important to recognize that working from home has changed the landscape of our ridership and the services that we provide. BART has 250 acres of land in its property. A lot of other agencies, such as Hong Kong is the best example, the MTR Corporation, which is their transit system. What they do is they actually raise their own funds, pay for development, or go into profit sharing agreements with private developers to capture that rental income in order to feed that back into their transit operations and their real estate development. And the reason why I think that that is important, and we need to start with that immediately, is because unless we force everyone to go back into the office on day 1 in 2025, then we're not going to get that same ridership that we used to depend on before the pandemic. And I believe that when BART can become a co-investor in its real estate, not only does it give us more control over what we get to develop and how many amenities we get to build, but it also makes us more financially sustainable and will make the other transit agencies much more sustainable as well, because we won't need to take the lion's share of any transit regional measure.
Wonderful. Okay, I'd like to move to Michaela, giving up your question.
No, I'm deferring to Alameda.
Oh, okay. But before we defer, Kurt Grimes does have a question. He put in the chat. So
I'm just going to briefly interrupt and ask that because Chair Tung asked that we prioritize the Alameda County Dems members.
Oh, sure.
I would go to George Perez Velez, followed by Bobby Lopez, and my apologies to Mr. Grimes, but
Kurt, you're getting bumped again. We'll do you after. Thank you.
But good morning, everyone. Thank you for having the Alameda County Democratic Party here today. Mr. Flores, my question is geared towards public safety. There has been a noticeable change in perception related to robust law enforcement oversight, sometimes equated by a conversation on public safety and the need for police presence to ensure not only safety, but also lowering crime rates, and that's being equated as a reason to bypass oversight. Do you believe that a balance exists that doesn't compromise either?
Well, I'll start off with the fact that I believe we can all agree that accountability is fundamental and necessary to any functioning government and society. And any violence that happens on BART, whether it's a customer, a rider, a regular bystander, or somebody in our police department, everyone should be held accountable. And in particular, those that serve in a public function that exercise the role of the state need to have robust oversight in order to make sure that not just the rider, but our taxpayers and our residents and community members feel safe and heard. So I do believe that we need to continue holding people accountable, and we need to unlock all the tools that are available, whether it's police officers, which I think should only be reserved for serious and violent crimes so that they're not stuck on quality of life issues, and making sure we're expanding our ambassadors program, but also looking at innovative projects and initiatives like in SEPTA created a project where they create a resource center to divert all folks that are transient and unsheltered, and they provide them with hot meals, showers, beds, and resources in order to get them out off the train and into resources. So I think we can unlock everything, but all of that is dependent on holding people accountable and making sure that we are supporting all of our staff who are doing the work of keeping the trains running clean and safe.
Thank you. I'd like to next move. We're going to zip through these questions. Bobby?
Yes, and I think George started asking a question that I wanted to elaborate on. I know that amongst the people I know that BART has slipped as their primary form of transportation because of public safety. Could you share if there's other strategies you're considering to enhance public safety at transit riders, particularly at nighttime, and thinking about stations like MacArthur, Civic Center, and 16th Street?
Yeah, definitely. Well, one of them is the Hub of Hope from SEPTA that I was just talking about, making sure that we have a place for folks to go to for resources, because as you just talked about, transportation has become kind of that last safety net of last resort, but also in particular around nighttime issues and safety concerns. The other idea that I have that is fundamental to my platform is activating our stations. And what that means is not just bringing in active programming, but make sure that we're designing and building out these stations so that they're properly lighted, that there's a design for human activity as places that are vibrant, full of life, not just during the day, but throughout the entire night, well, the whole 24 hours, to make sure that people feel safe. Because when you get off the train right now, at midnight, you're surrounded by parking lots, you're surrounded by dim lights, you're surrounded by empty streets, and that is definitely not safe. And we have a lot of inactive frontage on those streets. So we need to activate that. And when we do that, not only does it tie back into investing in our real estate, but our city partners that get those get the income from increased sales revenue for that activity also benefit. And it's a win-win situation, in my opinion.
Thank you. Kurt? Are you there? I can go to the next one. We'll come back.
There we go. I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
okay, go ahead.
So my question's real quick. Here in the southeast sector of San Francisco, we're currently undergoing a building boom. We're the last bastion of affordability. So there's going to be a lot of construction going on here. But when this is done, we have areas like Mission Bay, Candlestick, and the Shipyard. How do we make access to BART a little bit more, accessible? Because BART's the thing that we're hoping will take us to things like Silicon Valley and most importantly to the airport.
Yeah, definitely. BART accessibility is a major concern, especially for working families and those areas that are not in the central business district, or even those in the suburban areas. For all of you who are probably familiar, you know that BART is designed as a drive and go. You basically drive from your suburb, you go to the BART station to park there, and then you go to work and come back. That leaves out a lot of communities. So one of the things that we have to do that I think I bring to the table is having the relationships with our city and county partners to make sure that as they are developing their transportation plans for their local agencies like AC Transit, like WestCat, like Muni, to make sure that we are coordinating schedules, coordinating service, and also figuring out how we coordinate the financial revenue that's going to come to make sure that the services complement each other and serve the people who need it most. So on accessibility, BART has to do a better job of being a leader in those discussions, and I bring those relationships to make that happen.
We're going to try and squeeze in a couple more questions, even if we go over a little, just because we have so many fabulous guests. All right. So Igor, next.
Thank you so much. I think I speak for many when I say that we were devastated when Regional Measure 4 was pulled off the ballot. This is after our party unanimously endorsed it. 2026, there is a concern about both a transportation measure and a regional housing bond being on the same ballot. Can you speak about other strategies to make sure that we avoid a doom loop around transportation funding and effect policies that support housing affordability and transit accessibility together?
Yeah, definitely a great question. I'm also very concerned about that. Even without RM4 being pulled, I have been concerned about the taxpayers' willingness to vote for another funding measure. But not only that, the ability for all of us to come together and agree on what that looks like. So I think that the strategy moving forward, that's why for me, when people ask about the regional measure, yes, that is a plan, that is a priority. But for me, the real estate investment is the thing that we need to get off the ground so that we can start seeing that revenue trickle in by 2026, because that will make us more financially sustainable. Now, on what happens when we have two competing measures, that is the discussion that we need to have, not just as regional agencies, funding transit agencies, but also with our housing partners and our labor partners that are depending on these jobs as well. So for me, the priority is making sure that if it comes down to a capital funding measure or operations funding measure, making sure that we can get a little bit of everything. And that will be a harder pool, but I think that we can make the case to voters that housing and transit are linked together. They are not separate issues. And that has been part of the problem with everything that we've been doing so far. Working at Greenbelt, we make sure that we bring those two issues together because BART is not just a transit agency, it's essentially a city on wheels. And it's one of our biggest tools to combat climate change. So if we don't invest in that now, we're going to be paying the consequences for that for the next couple of generations. So it's an issue of trade-offs and it's an issue of relationships and building consensus. And I'm looking forward to that challenge.
Thank you. Last question is Tonya, and then just if you could quickly wrap up, that would be fabulous, and keep this very succinct and short. We're a little over. Thank you.
Good morning, Victor. Thank you for joining us. Similar to Kurt's question, there's access issues in terms of one of our neighborhoods in Oakland. The San Antonio district have been really active in asking for another BART station in their neighborhood. Where do you stand on that position? And if you are in support, how would you work to help ensure that happens?
Well, I'll start off by saying I'm 100% in support of not just a San Antonio station, but a Alameda station as well. I do believe that BART has a role to play in increasing the capacity of all of our transit services. Of course, that's not going to happen overnight. So I have a framework of how I look at these investments, and that is three parts. One is making sure that we're looking at the assets we have now, investing in that, getting those up to not just up to par, but to a world-class level. And then two, looking at how we can improve those services that we have. And three, planning for future expansion, whether it's infill or looking at the outskirts and what that looks like, whether it's BART's gauge or standard gauge, to make sure that we are not overstretching ourselves in a way that's unsustainable, but making sure that we can do it thoughtfully, and also thinking about the equity components to make sure that we are not committing more harm like we have in West Oakland.
Okay, I believe we are at the end. Thank you. I'm so glad that we were able to squeeze everybody in. Thank you for your time. We are going to be adding 5 minutes of time to Dana's interview as well, just to account for this edition on this end. And thank you. I think we're now moving on to our next interview, but we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all so much. Have a great day and good luck with the interviews.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove Mr. Flores as a panelist, and I'm going to promote up Dana Lang, who is your next candidate. As a reminder, we're going to prioritize taking stack from Alameda County Dems members first, per Chair Tung's instruction in agreement with the chair of the Alameda County Party. And then we're adding on an additional 5 minutes to account for the larger than normal size of this interview panel. Go ahead.
Dana, welcome. I'm Carrie Barnes, Vice Chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party. I am co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with Michaela Alioto-Pierre, my co-chair. We are pleased to have you here today, and we're running the interview the following way. You'll have, well, we'll block it in terms of a 1-minute introduction, 6-minute Q&A, followed by a 1-minute conclusion, but those are the buckets that we'll be adhering to. We are, though, adding on an additional 5 minutes buffer because we did that to the candidate prior to accommodate the large outpouring of guests, which is fabulous. So with that, we'll give you the floor and would love to hear your opening statement.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My opening statement is that I grew up in local. I grew up in East Palo Alto, a low-income community in the Bay Area. My parents were not educated, but I ended up they prioritized education. So I went to Wellesley College, then got an MBA from Cal Berkeley School of Business. For the past 24 years, I've been working in transportation funding. And I've worked on I happen to have worked on a lot of crises, especially during 2008 recession. And there were lots of, I worked for the Oakland mayor initially in 2000. And then I went on to work for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for 7 years. And then for transportation in San Francisco, including SFMTA, SFPD, and the International Airport. I made myself useful by bringing in tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, assisting MTC and then later SFMTA and others to get their transit dollars. So I'm looking forward to being an asset to BART in resolving the issue. I'm aware of the things that need to be done, such as equitable transportation formulas for not only the formulas that we receive, but the formulas for how we distribute the money and how we receive the money, and other things that need to be done in the interim. And that's my opening statement.
Wonderful.
Oh, I should add that my priorities are safety, because that's the community's priorities and the priorities of the workers. Safety, cleanliness, because we need to make BART better, and financial stability. And that's where I want to really make my mark. Thank you.
Jana, wonderful. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to our questions now. Igor has one.
Thank you so much. I think you've heard this question for the previous candidate. I will summarize with the removal of regional measure 4 off the ballot. There is a concern about what is going to happen when 2 regional ballot measures potentially get placed on the 2026 ballot, dealing with housing affordability and transportation equity and accessibility. What are your broad strategies around how to resolve that as a BART board director?
Yes, I think people are looking for collaboration, and when you can make things line up, and you spent time working out the priorities between the competing agencies, between the competing measures, especially when the electeds and are on board with how to work together, everything will work better. And so while we need affordable housing is really critical, and transportation is, on the table and very critical, we need to make sure that they work together and that we have as much understanding and collaboration between the two measures so that they look complementary.
Wonderful. I'd love to move on to our next question from George. You're muted, George.
Mute. Hopefully I'm not muted now. Thank you so much.
No, you're good.
Good morning, Nada. Thank you for being here this morning. My question is related to public safety. There has been a noticeable change in perception related to robust law enforcement oversight, sometimes equated by a conversation on public safety and the need for police presence to ensure not only safety, but also lower crime rates and a reason to bypass oversight. Do you believe that a balance exists that doesn't compromise either?
Yes, one of the things that I've worked on is I'm a vice chair of the BART Police Oversight Board, and it's BART Police Civilian Oversight Board. And we do all that we can to make sure that the officers of the BART system that they follow protocols as far as use of force. They're not being overly punitive to the riding public, and the riding public sees what they're doing, and they're sympathetic when they see too much an overuse of force. And so it's important that we make that BPCRB make sure that the police are following standards that make the riders comfortable. And that's where I find the balance, that it is a movement to me to have police oversight, which is across the country, and it's building. So we need to make sure that there is a balancing organization, and that the riders the public is aware of it, so that we can work together.
Wonderful. Bobby, if you'd like to ask a question, now is your time.
Great. To follow up on that, perceptions of public safety have definitely impacted people I know in choosing BART as their primary form of transportation. I'm just wondering if you have any specific strategies you're considering to enhance public safety of transit riders, particularly at nighttime.
Well, some of the things are, I worked at the San Francisco International Airport, and I noticed there were a lot of safety measures that we couldn't do, but safety measures that are passive, such as, and so we can do things like the higher fare gates and other things around the design of the station that makes that, lighting and where we put, our ambassadors, and the open bathrooms, and even everyone that's there who adds the crisis intervention specialists and the ambassadors, makes a safer environment. And so that is the priority, making people safer. They shouldn't have to, I know people who ride anyway, even though they feel it's not safe. We want to make everyone feel that safer environment. And again, it's always about resources. Resources should enable us to prioritize safety and find ways to do the lighting, the cameras, and make sure that every aspect of safety is upgraded.
Wonderful. I'm going to move on to Tanya now, but just know if you hear snoring, it's my bulldog, and I'm not the one making these noises.
Okay.
Yeah. Tonya, you're next. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Dana. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
As you may be aware, we have a neighborhood in the district, the San Antonio district, that's really interested in having an additional BART station in their neighborhood. What is your position on that request? And then what would you do specifically to ensure that it becomes a reality, if you agree?
I had an opportunity to go to the San Antonio meeting and hear the neighbors and talk about their wishes, their desires. And I'm glad to see that there will be a meeting between BART to talk about the process, because it's always about process. It's always about, where do you start? How do you get into the Bay Area plan, and how do you, that MTC has? And so neighbors pushing to do something, and in time it will work. If there is the will and working together, it can happen. And I stand with, I'm never against, almost never against transportation, especially when there is a demand for it and a need for it. I'm also thinking, as a result of that meeting, that maybe starting in stages, looking at it as maybe a 3-step process. You not only ask for it, but then you start with maybe a transit platforms village, or where transit comes together. And if the demand is still there and it's growing, then go to the next step, which is it could be creating the first elements of a BART station, or creating it's like for instance, when you're doing high-speed rail, you put things in place that can be used at whatever point. You don't stop, you start, and you start somewhere. And once you get that foothold, then it makes it more possible to move forward. So I like this in step as quickly as possible.
Okay, wonderful. We have a couple minutes left and a couple questions. So we're just going to keep going to the end with questions. And as part of the last one, Dana, the last question, you could just do a quick wrap up at the end as part of just bringing it to the end with all the questions, get everyone in. It's fabulous. Okay. Lance is next, I believe.
Yeah. Hi, Dana. Just as a real quick question, you've talked a lot about your past and kind of what your feelings are, but what is your actual visions for BART in terms of its grow out the next decade, the next 2 decades? What is your vision of it?
Okay. I think that first, we need to stabilize BART. We need to get a hold of that almost $400 million deficit that is coming up next year. And then we need to, while we're filling that gap, we need to spend time thinking about how do we charge people? What's equitable? What are all the streams of potential income? Because stability comes first before expansion. And while we go to there could be lease revenue. Again, I'm thinking of the airport. There are all sorts of ways to have licensing, leasing that may not have been fully explored. And mixed use housing. The more you bring high density mixed use housing to the table, I'm excited about the projects that BART is working on with others. And so that's the short term would be making BART stable and financially, and then the long term would be to look at where are people living, and they're living differently, they're working differently, and they're living closer to BART stations. We're looking at they're living closer to a center and traveling. BART is meant not for distant travel, but for those within the core. And so my vision is to enhance the core with a mixed use transit-oriented development, and then, as because there will be over time changes to the demographics and to the way that the lifestyles, I'll just say, for how people live, where they live, how they travel, where they when they work, how they work. But there will, given that the freeways are still full, they're still going to work. And a lot of the employers are asking them to come back in. So we want to get them off the freeway. And so ultimately, stabilizing, moving to the lifestyle the way that fits the current lifestyle and makes it more serving the future, then it's unlimited we need to.
I just want to let you finish your thought there, of course, but we are at time. Just finish your sentence. Lovely to have all of you. I'm sorry we didn't get to the last question, but we got quite a few in. So just finish that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so should I exit?
Okay. Well, I just didn't want to interrupt.
Okay. So you
That
said
last sentence. Yeah, that last sentence. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Lovely. Thank you all for being here.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you again. And we made it work, and we're so happy to host you. And good luck, everyone, with your endorsements.
Thank you again.
Thanks for joining us, Alameda.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna take a moment to allow our colleagues and friends from Alameda County to go back into and they're welcome to continue watching if they want, but I suspect that this was the only race they cared about because it touches both counties. So I'll go ahead and remove. All right, we're good on all of them. Next up, we have BART District 9, which is 100% in San Francisco County. And our next candidate is Mr. Joe San Girardi. A small programming note, we put this in FAQ, but as a reminder, for the following interview after Joe, because he is a member of the DCCC, he will be removed as a panelist because there's a guidance that the co-chairs have issued around members of the DCCC that can't participate in the asking of questions in the same race if they're running in that race. So, but that's for later. For now, Mr. San Girardi, as a candidate, please proceed.
Let me start this going, okay, Bobak?
Yep.
Hey, Joe, can you turn on your let's see your handsome face. Hey there.
Hello.
Hello. Well, welcome. Thank you for waiting. I know there was a little bit of a delay. We wanted to make sure that because Alameda County was joining us for the D7 conversation, that they had an opportunity to ask the questions that they needed. So thank you very much for your patience. With that, as you know, I am your co-chair, Michaela Alioto-Pierre, joined here by our vice chair and co-chair, Carrie Barnes. So we're going to start with a 1-minute opening, Joe. Then you're going to have a 6-minute Q&A followed by a 1-minute closing. So with that, my friend, we will let you have the floor.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And thank you all for having me today. It's an honor to be here. My name is Joe San Girardi. I use he, him pronouns. I'm running for BART District 9 here in San Francisco. That's the southeast and mostly eastern half of San Francisco, the city and county. I'm running, at the core of my candidacy is running to help support San Francisco's economic recovery. Since the 1970s, since we built and started operating BART has become an essential tool for and something that our economy as a city in the Bay Area has become very reliant on. And sadly, you know, in part due to the pandemic, in large part due to the pandemic, BART's ridership has not recovered. Today, it's hovering at like 43% of what it was pre-pandemic. And as a result of a very antiquated funding model from the 1970s, where riders actually bear the most of the share of responsibility for the operating costs of the agencies, upwards of 80% of pre-pandemic funds came from fares and parking fees alone. And for most transit agencies in the country, I mean, it's somewhere between like 8 to 25% reliant on fares. As a result of the proliferation of remote work, BART's two largest revenue streams have been decimated. And that is in large part why BART is facing this fiscal cliff in 2026. I'm running for BART because I want to help pass that 2026 ballot measure to save and fix BART's finances and rectify its 50-year-old funding model. But in order to convince voters to do that, our public agencies and like BART need to regain the trust of voters and riders. And that means actually delivering, yep.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to,
okay.
We're going on 2 minutes right now. So
all right, sorry, that's all right.
If you don't mind, let's get into a little Q&A because these are quick conversations.
Sure.
The first question I'd like to ask is actually something that's a little near and dear to my heart. BART is a fabulous way of transporting a lot of people, but it's been a godsend for people within the disabled community. The biggest problem we have is that your elevators have a tendency to break all the time. And it really keeps the disabled community in a bad place. And so my question to you is, what kind of things can you do to ensure that BART remains openly accessible for everybody, including the disabled community?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. It's also near and dear to my heart and people very close to me in my life. You know, there is an ongoing frustration I have with actually some of specific stations, including like the Powell Street station. That elevator has been out of commission for years. And it's in part because of the very ambiguous and difficult relationship between BART itself and who owns and operates some of these elevators, like that one at the Powell Street Station at Holiday Plaza, which is technically owned by the Department of Public Works for San Francisco. This lack of cooperation between the agency and city and cities around the Bay Area, this also is an issue ongoing with like policing and public safety. Results in a lot of like punting and kicking down the road and not taking responsibility for these. I think when it comes to accessibility, I mean, this is something people build their lives around transit, and people in the disabled community specifically come to rely on our public transit operating well for them to get around. And I think it means that like you need to actually have budget set aside for emergencies to make sure that when things do break down, not only is there redundancy already, multiple elevators, multiple escalators, sorts of things where like if one breaks down, there's still an immediate alternative, but there's also a pool of money always available for immediate fixes.
Thank you, Joe. As long as you understand it is a priority, we need to fix that. Carrie Barnes, if you'd like to ask a question.
Yes. Well, I was going to defer. We have
Okay, that's fine.
We have quite a few people here in line, and I'm
okay. Great. Marjan, would you like to ask your question?
Sure. Hi. Could you talk a little bit about the 2026 ballot measure and why? Because I know in recent years, some of these measures, voters have been a little more reticent because of just the sentiment, but it seems it's pretty critical. And so it would help for me to understand what you're hearing as any arguments against it, but also what can be done between now and then to ensure that, you know, we're making the right moves to invest in this important measure.
Well, I can tell you, I mean, there does seem to be a mistrust of our government institutions among voters ongoing right now, which means I think it's all the more important that we actually like really address voters' concerns to win back their trust. You know, for 2026, I mean, even just a couple weeks ago, I attended a select committee hearing on this measure, and that select committee itself was trying to figure out. They were still asking questions like, what are we trying to solve for with the 2026 ballot measure? And really, really fundamental questions that are like, you know, if they don't come to a solution soon, right? I mean, they're supposed to have a recommendation for the state legislature by October. The concern here is that voters are not going to have the appetite, that we won't have actually earned back their trust by 2026. And I am happy to say that BART is generally getting safer. It is generally getting cleaner. But just in the last 5 or 6 weeks, 3 people have been killed at BART stations. 1 at Powell Street and 2 have been shot at the 16th and Mission, my home station. This is going to be an ongoing concern for people. And if we don't actually address those basic concerns between now and 2026, it is very, very unlikely that voters will pass that. And just so you know, in comparison to like Measure RR, which passed in 2016, that required 80% of San Franciscans to vote affirmatively for that measure for it to be able to pass across three counties. I'm not sure today that 80% of San Franciscans are convinced that BART is in shape where they should actually support a measure like that. Thank you for the question. I really appreciate that. So that's really going to be my focus over the next 2 years.
Thank you, Joe. Gordon Marr, Mr. Marr will be the last question, after which, if you wouldn't mind, give us a quick recap. You have about a minute 20.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Good morning, Joe. I just had a question about expanding BART in San Francisco, BART service, and that's a really big topic. Out here on the west side of the city, you know, big BART to the west side has been something that's been talked about for decades.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, when I was on the County Transportation Authorities, Commissioner Malgar and I initiated sort of the latest discussions and planning for at least West Side Subway that could include BART. So I just wanted to get your thoughts about that and the relative priority given all the other issues that BART is dealing with right now.
Yeah, I mean, the number one priority between now and 2026 is clearly earning back voters' trust. I am absolutely a public transit expansionist, so I would love to see a subway going down Geary and down 19th. Whether or not BART is going to be the best option for that remains to be seen. It depends on what kind of technology and gauge we wind up choosing for a second Transbay 2, and whether or not we want to have interconnectivity there. So I think that there's still a lot up in the air. I do absolutely think that we need a buried subway onto the west side. I mean, that is about climate, right? That is about transit equity and providing quick, reliable service for folks. Today, it takes just as long to get to downtown from Ocean Beach on public transit as it takes to get from Hayward to downtown, which is pretty crazy. So thank you for your question, former supervisor. Thank you.
So if you'd just like to give us a quick wrap up, Joe, and thank you for being with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all so much for having me. As I said, I'm running for BART for the sake of San Francisco's future. I think it's time for us to be ambitious and to dream again. And I think that in order for us to be able to start doing that, it means that we need to get back to the brass tacks and delivering clean, safe, reliable public transit service for people to earn back their trust. I'm very proud to have the support of State Senator Scott Wiener, BART Board President Bevan Dufty, State Assembly Matt Haney, and many members of the Board of Supervisors. It would mean a whole hell of a lot to me to earn your support today. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, I will remove Mr. Sangiardi back into the attendees section, and then I will promote up Mr. Edward Wright as our next candidate to hear in the BART Board District 9 race. All right, we have Edward in the panelist box. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Wright. Welcome to the DCCC endorsement interviews. It is very nice to have you here this morning. I am your co-chair, Michaela Alioto-Peer, joined by my other co-chair, Carrie Barnes. The format is very quick. You have a 1-minute opening, 6-minute Q&A, and a 1-minute closing. And so with that, I'd like to give you the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for giving this time and an opportunity. I certainly appreciate it. I know you've heard a lot already this morning about BART's deficit and how important it is to the Bay Area. So I want to jump right into talking about what I want to do to address that. Because to overcome the challenges that BART's facing, we need to make sure that we're making BART safer and cleaner, more affordable and accessible, more vibrant and welcoming to bring riders back and build trust. I'm not just fighting for the system that we have, I'm running to help create the system that we deserve. To do that, I want to dramatically expand the Fare-Free Bay Pass program to bring in more riders and more revenue. I want to improve coordinations with city programs for a cleaner and safer BART. I want to partner with community organizations to activate stations and plazas with retail and amenity and events. And as you've heard from others, I want to make sure we modernize BART's funding model to permanently solve the deficit so we can protect and expand service. And I've worked as a policymaker, a community organizer, a public transit professional. I currently work today as a transit advisor for the city and county of San Francisco, where I've focused every day on solving the problems that public transit is facing. I've also served 2 terms as president of a charter Democratic club. I've written laws for 3 local legislators, overseen budgets to keep major transit projects on track, and built consensus to get difficult things done. I am proud to be the only renter in this race, the only union member in this race, and the only candidate in this race that has professional experience in public transit, public policy, and public budgets, which are the BART Board's core responsibilities. And I would be so honored to earn your endorsement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Sangiardi. I am curious your thoughts on disabled access for BART. One of the problems that the disabled community has had are broken elevators, a system that doesn't work, and for a transportation authority like BART that is so important for the disabled community, what would you do to ensure that people have access?
Thank you so much for that question. It absolutely needs to be a priority. I'm someone that believes that public transit is a public good and mobility is a human right. and making sure that we are ensuring that everyone has access to BART is a core principle of that. I think the best way we can do that is by investing in and prioritizing preventative maintenance so that we are fixing things before they break down and before they're impacting our customers and our passengers and the public. I would want to take that approach to the allocation of Measure RR funds. So as we're investing in BART's infrastructure, we're doing it in a way that prioritizes safety needs and accessibility needs as the top priorities, and using preventative and predictive maintenance approach, much as we do at Muni, where I work in my day job, to dramatically improve reliability of our systems. And that's true not only for the trains and the tracks themselves, but it's also true for critical accessibility infrastructure like elevators.
Great, thank you. Mr. Marr.
Oh, I do have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No worries. Okay, I do have a question. Hi, Edward. Welcome. In your questionnaire, you wrote that the easiest way to deal with BART's looming financial crisis is to rebuild ridership. One of the ways, though, you propose mitigating that would be to beef up staff presence, but I'm wondering if you're also a proponent of BART police, given the fact that there were several homicides in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BART has done a tremendous job in reforming how it approaches public safety. I think the BART Police Department should be commended for really being a model of progressive policing. I think one of the biggest challenges that BART will face after we are able to move past the 2026 deficit is ensuring that some of those programs stay funded. And by those programs, I mean the BART Police Ambassador Program, I mean the BART Police Crisis Intervention Specialist Program. And I think those are critical to free up the time of our sworn officers to address the violent, crimes that happen, the really severe instances that we need them to be able to be focused on. I also support the Fare Gate Modernization Program, which I think will further increase safety on the system, and further allow BART PD to focus its resources where they can be most effective.
Thank you. Mr. Marr.
Thanks. Good morning, Edward. I appreciate all of your thoughtful and detailed ideas about how to address the immediate challenges or even crisis facing BART. But I had a question the same question that I asked Joe, that's more forward thinking. And I just wanted to get your thoughts about how we could better connect the west side of San Francisco to the regional public transit infrastructure, possibly including BART to the west side.
Thank you. I was proud to help support the work on the West Side Subway study. I do think increasing north-south access on the west side of the city needs to be not just a long-term, but like a near to mid-term priority for public transit infrastructure. I think Link 21 needs to look very seriously at what is the right gauge connection. I personally am supportive of building out a connection on the west side, starting at Daly City and then going north along 19th Avenue before it connects to Geary to go back downtown, because I think that'll provide an immediately useful and accessible first leg connection that folks don't already have. So that would be my approach. I am agnostic at this point on whether it should be standard gauge to allow connectivity with regional rail systems or whether it should be BART's gauge. But I certainly want to see a subway extension on the west side.
Thank you. And then Mr. Nguyen will be the last question.
Thanks, Chair. I'm curious, good morning, Edward. I'm curious around your positions around housing development and transit-oriented housing development and sort of balancing the regional ban that just got pulled. And, looking forward to 2026, how would you approach having to maybe do 2 bonds in 2026? Curious around that. Thanks.
Thank you for that question. There's a few things I'd say on that. One is all forward planning and all forward funding for our need for affordable housing at all income levels, and sustaining and expanding transit. Those are interrelated. There is no future for public transit without addressing our housing crisis. there is no way to address our housing crisis without having a future for public transit. So I want to make sure that I'm playing a collaborative and coordinating role so that we can all move forward together as a region and as people who want to see more housing and more transit, because everybody has to win on this in 26, or we're all going to lose. And in terms of how we can approach that, I think, the early iteration of 1031 was unsuccessful in its first attempt at moving through the legislature. There's really complicated regional dynamics on this with Santa Clara County, other counties, with return to source on the revenue formula, with what the right revenue source is. I am being very careful about what I say publicly because I do not want to get ahead of what are very challenging regional political negotiations around this. With that said, we need to have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D to make sure that we can sustain BART and win the new revenue we need. And I have thoughts on what each of those can be.
Thank you. So with that, you have about a 1-minute closing.
Thank you. Again, really appreciate everyone's time this morning. We know BART is facing immense challenges. I know that we can overcome them together. And I know that because I've never been afraid of a challenge, and I've seen this party and this city and our community overcome so many huge crises together. And I'm proud of my track record of delivering real results for working people in this city. That track record includes expanding paid leave and job security for hundreds of thousands of essential workers during the pandemic, providing critical oversight for dozens of major public transit projects and programs, spearheading the creation of the car-free Great Highway Park, which hopefully we can make 24/7 in November, helping write and pass the strongest dark money disclosure law in the nation, securing the largest ever general fund investment in our city's climate action plan, helping abolish minimum parking requirements, writing legislation to establish the first ever LGBTQ cultural district in Oakland. And it is because of my experience that I have the endorsement of Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, BART Director Janice Lee, majority of the Board of Supervisors, lots of other folks. And I look forward to working with you all to make sure that BART not only survives.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Sorry to have to cut you off, but we're trying to keep. But thank you very much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate everything that you've had to say, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, we will be on hold until 11 o'clock when we will start the Board of Education endorsement interviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Yep. We will resume promptly at 11. We'll have a 7-minute break gap. So don't shut the Zoom down. Just step away and come back. Friendly 1-minute warning. And I'm going to queue up Mr. Alexander, our first candidate, so that we're ready to go right at 11. Right. As a reminder, I am going to remove as a panelist any member of the DCCC who is also running in this race per the rules that co-chairs Elliott and Barnes outlined. So, Mr. Gupta, I'm going to remove you for now. We'll bring you back when you have your own interview slot. Just checking the list, making sure I'm not missing anyone. There are no other members of the DCCC waiting to be promoted. You can proceed. We're at 11.
Wonderful. We are now moving on to our Board of Ed interviews. And welcome, I'm Vice Chair Carrie Barnes of the San Francisco Democratic Party, co-chair of the Endorsement Committee. Michaela Alioto-Pierre is my co-chair. And how we're going to run this is we'll invite you, Matt, to do 1-minute introduction, 6 minutes Q&A, 1 minute follow-up wrap-up. And if guests have a question, please put it in the chat and write stack, and we will ask questions according to appearance. With that, Matt, you have the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Alexander, the Vice President of the San Francisco Board of Education. I'm the only candidate in this race who is an educator. I have over 20 years of experience as a teacher and principal in SFUSD. And in my first term on the board, I've shown that I can deliver for our kids. For example, I work with the Board of Supervisors to secure $8 million to expand a highly effective math program from John Muir Elementary to other schools. I co-authored the Student Success Fund, which passed in 2022 and is now bringing in $35 million a year in new revenue to SFUSD. And I led the fight to reduce our oversized central office, saving SFUSD at least $50 million a year and focusing our budget on schools and classrooms. I'm not interested in using the school board as a springboard for other political office. I'm here to put in the work and bring my experience as an educator to the SFUSD governance team so we can work together and create the public schools our students deserve.
Wonderful. Okay, with that, we're just going to dive right in. So I'm going to start with the first question. Michaela's going to do the second, and then we'll open it up. 2/3 of voters supported the school board recall, yet you opposed it. If elected again, how can we have faith that you will actually prioritize people and students over politics?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I opposed the recall because it was supported by $2 million in funding, and I'm an opponent of big money in politics. And most SFUSD families don't have that kind of money to be able to engage in school board politics that way. However, I know there were a lot of SFUSD parents that supported that recall that had nothing to do with big money. After the recall, the school board stabilized itself. We adopted a new governance procedure. We have several great new members who came on as mayoral appointees after that. And, we've really focused on student outcomes and depoliticizing the school board since the recall. So, and I'm proud that I've been part of that effort, actually. This year I was elected unanimously by my colleagues as vice president, which I think is a testament to the bridges I've built and my ability to work across, we may have disagreements, but we've worked really well together and stayed unified as a board. I collaborate really closely with President Lainey Matamidi, who's been a fantastic leader on the board. And I think what we've done is exactly what you're suggesting needs to be done, which is to depoliticize our public schools and the school board and to really focus on student outcomes. So I think my track record over the last couple of years has shown that I'm able to do that. And I appreciate that question.
Michaela, thank you. Michaela.
Thank you, Matt, for being with us this morning. So my question is really around disabled children. I'd like to have a better understanding and idea of what you believe real access for our disabled kids in San Francisco Unified looks like. I have a couple of friends who have actually moved to Marin with their children who have disabilities because they believe that the school system helps them out a little bit better. And so I'd like to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I have a friend who did the exact same thing. Actually, went to or sent their kids to a school in the peninsula instead of SFUSD, and this is an area that we definitely need to improve on. When I was an educator at SFUSD, so I was principal of a small alternative high school, June Jordan, and when I was principal, almost 30% of our students had IEPs or students with disabilities, and we provided support for them. So I know firsthand what it actually takes to educate those kids, because we kept attracting more and more kids with IEPs because we were doing a good job with those students. And it really is about providing a safe, supportive school environment, first and foremost, as is needed for all kids. But secondly, really understanding and taking seriously their individualized educational needs. And we always did that in the most inclusive environment possible. So we had kids with autism, ranging from there to kids with dyslexia, who, but everyone was integrated into general ed classes as much as possible. We had co-teaching, so we had multiple adults in the classroom. We added preparation time for teachers and para-educators to work together, which was something that again, SFUSD doesn't have yet structurally, but we did it at our school because we knew that was required in order to provide kids with the services they need. Another thing is staffing. So we've had a real staffing shortage for para-educators, which is, as you know, if you have a kid with special needs, they serve a really important role. So one of the things I'm most proud of on the board, frankly, is that the raises we gave to our educators last year, we raised entry-level pay for para-educators from $18 an hour to $30 an hour. So that's just starting right now this school year. So we're hopeful that that will help address the staffing shortage, because you can't educate kids with IEPs if you don't have stable staff. So those are some of the things. I mean, it's a longer conversation, but I think you're absolutely right that we need to do much better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt?
Thank you for being here. I'm kind of
You're on mute, Kurt.
Yeah, you muted yourself.
Sorry, my question to you is, recently we've heard that there's school closures and they may be cutting classes, particularly AP classes. I'm also concerned that SFUSD's properties are being sold for pennies on a dollar while we're paying market rate for other properties. What could you possibly do to help sort of ease this situation?
Yeah,
what are your
well, so I think there's a couple things there. So one is the school closure issue, which, school closures in other cities, the track record has been really bad. And even in San Francisco, it's been hard to, in the past, the record of school closures has been negative. But our enrollment has declined a lot. So, I think that's why we're looking at that as a possibility to merge schools, possibly, again, if we can do it with community input, if we can do it in the right way, in order to concentrate our resources on fewer schools. But another thing is, I'm really proud that I've been able to bring in additional revenue for the school district. As I mentioned, I co-authored Prop G, which I think many of you supported, Student Success Fund, which is bringing in $35 million a year to our public schools. So I think bringing in revenue is a huge thing that we can do. I also led the fight to cut our central office. We had a really oversized central office in SFUSD, and we've made progress in dramatically reducing the size of the central office so that we can focus our resources where they need to be focused, which is on our schools and in the classrooms. So those are some of the things I would say to that question.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I think we have time for one more question and then moving into your final wrap up. Yep. So that would be Gordon Marr.
Thank you. Good morning, Matt. During the pandemic, obviously the school district struggled through unprecedented challenges. As a SFUSD parent myself, and also a member of the Board of Supervisors, I was certainly engaged in helping to navigate through those difficult times. My question is more about post-pandemic. How do you feel like you and the other school board members in the district have, or what have been the biggest successes coming out of the pandemic in terms of stabilizing and improving education for all students in the city?
Yeah, well, I only have a few seconds, but I'll go back to Carrie's question. I mean, I think since the recall, we've really stabilized the school board, and we're coming together across differences. We focus on student outcomes and holding the superintendent and staff accountable to really producing academic results for all our kids. That process is just beginning. I mean, it's gonna, it takes time to move a big system, but we need to keep up the progress and to keep up what I again would say the depoliticization of our schools and focusing really on results for kids. So should I do my 1 minute closing?
It's really 30 seconds or less. It was sort of just wrapping up in the last question as part of
Oh,
that.
sorry, I didn't realize that. Well, let me just say this. Like, again, it's building on what I just said. I mean, I think that, I'm proud to be a San Francisco Democrat. San Francisco Democrats don't always see eye to eye on everything, and we shouldn't, but we're all San Francisco Democrats. And I think we share values, especially around public schools. We actually agree on almost everything. The equal opportunity and dignity for all and educating all kids. That's why I became a teacher. That's why I agreed to serve on the school board. And I see similar values in all of you and in our Democrats together. And so I believe that our team on the school board needs an experienced educator on it as part of that collective team that we're all on. And that's why I'm running for reelection. And so I really look forward to working with everyone who shares our values to create the public schools our students deserve.
Thank you for your time. Thank you
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Buck.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and change Matt back to attendee. That's happened. And then your next candidate on the Board of Education list you have here scheduled is Virginia Chung. Go ahead and promote up Ms. Chung. We're doing good on time, folks.
Thank you, Bobak. Virginia, welcome. There you are.
Hi, thank you.
Both
Excited to
wearing-
be here.
Yes. So I'm vice chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, Carrie Barnes, and I'm co-chair of the Endorsements Committee along with Michaela Alioto-Pierre. And we are running the interview the following way. You will be invited to do 1 minute introduction statement. We will have 6 minutes of Q&A and then 1 minute wrap up. We do have a timer who will be indicating 30 seconds and 1 minute marks as well and stop. So with that, we'd love to have you take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Virginia Chung. I'm running for school board. I am a current SFUSD parent of a rising third grader at Alice Fong U. He also does the Wame after school program. My parents are survivors of political persecution. They're the first generation immigrants. And because of the many hardships that they faced, I was motivated to commit my life to service to others. And I've worked in education, family, and community services for 20 years. And I am one of the only candidates who has worked across a broad spectrum of education. I was part of the senior leadership team at the largest Head Start, early Head Start services in San Francisco. I have fought for teacher wages. I have fought for minority, women-owned small businesses. I've fought for universal childcare in San Francisco, becoming one of the most progressive childcare infrastructures in the country. I fought for language access for our immigrant families. And in my volunteer work, I fight for justice reform, and I've co-founded an organization called Give a Beat Foundation that provides arts education in prisons as an anti-recidivism approach. And my belief is that public schools are the most powerful institutions to be able to close equity gaps for marginalized and disenfranchised communities. We need to ensure that every child has the support that they need to succeed in school and in life. And we need to have a world-class education system to attract and retain our families and keep our workforce in San Francisco.
Wonderful. I have, Michaela, did you want to start with a question? I can go after you.
I was actually going to defer to Michael.
Oh, okay. All right. Then before we bounce to Michael, I do have a question, which is that, the school system, as you know, is facing a financial crisis and has a high risk of solvency if it doesn't make budget cuts. If elected, how would you fight to solve this and create solvency for the school district?
Absolutely. I've been leading nonprofits. I've worked at a private school as well as a community nonprofit, We Children's Services, and I co-founded an organization. And I am an advancement officer. And so my focus is always on the future and how to bring in funding. But we have to stop the bloated expenses and be able to attract revenue sources. So stopping the spending, attracting families. We have to rebrand the schools to make it attractive, and make sure that we're focused on the long term and building out pathways that families really want and deserve, and ensuring that all of our kids are supported and addressing chronic absenteeism, providing the supports that the families need to keep their kids in school, and that will help keep revenue in the school district.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
Thanks, Chair Barnes. Good morning, Virginia. I have a question around your background in early childhood education. And can you talk to Baby Prop C? Why isn't it being fully implemented? And as a member of the Board of Education, would you have any influence or creation of new funding streams for maybe universal childcare using the existing facilities of the Board of Education?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like everything is possible as long, if we have the willpower. The program is new, so as always, when building a new business or new program, there needs to be infrastructure. There needs to be strong business operations. While I was at Wu Yi, we had so many disparate funding sources and different departments and programs. We really needed to, even within the organization, but I saw this as an issue citywide, to bridge all of those disparate programs and create a cohesive and streamlined experience for families. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel every single time. We have to replicate the programs that are doing really well and be able to expand that out. So I think bringing in cohesion, having a clear strategic clarity plan, and being focused on what are the priority issues that we're going to work on moving forward, and continuing to build on successes, iterating and building and ensuring that that the resources are being utilized efficiently and effectively.
Sorry, can I just ask really quickly, like, do you think, just plain speaking, do you think that we can use our existing schools as childcare facilities? And what would be
if we're going to be closing down schools? I mean, there's a dearth of childcare in the Southeast districts, District 11. Wu Yi has been a part of new developments. So while I've been there, I've fought for 7 new childcare facilities. So there's definitely room to grow and ensure that every child gets a great start, as we said. So I think we can be creative and incorporate childcare into new developments, but not just childcare. I mean, reimagine our future for what our entire cradle to career system can look like.
Wonderful. I believe we have 2 minutes left. Is that correct? So a minute and a half. Okay. Michaela, if you had a question, you can do it. And then Virginia, you can use that as part to then quickly wrap up after it.
Hi, Virginia. Thanks for being here today. So my question's pretty simple. You, as San Francisco Unified, takes care of a lot of disabled students as well. And there are a lot of complaints that come from families with disabled kids that San Francisco Unified does not accommodate them properly, and that does not fit their needs. As a result, they'll move to other counties to get the education that they need for their children. And I'm just wondering what your comments are, and if children with disabilities will be a priority if elected.
That is absolutely a priority of mine. Having been working at Head Start, where we prioritize folks who have the highest need and bridging all of the services to create a comprehensive, holistic support system for all of our kiddos, no matter where they're at. We had teachers who would go and meet our parents out at the drop-off to help them unload their kids so they wouldn't have to get out of their cars. So having that personalized service and that touch point every part of the way, it should just be a right for all of our families. We should be serving and thinking about how we can make our public school system a seamless experience for all of our kiddos with all of their abilities. That is definitely a priority for me, and ensuring that we have a cohesive case management system to ensure that we're connecting the students with all the supports that are available in San Francisco.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Did you also give your 30-second wrap up, or did you include that as well? Just really quick. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to serve as part of the school board. I feel like I've just acquired so much knowledge about child development and brain development and trauma-informed practices, but also from the entire spectrum, from maternal and child health to education for adults in prison. I've seen the entire pipeline, and my goal is really to build a strong infrastructure that keeps our kids engaged and in school so that we can build a strong workforce that is ready for a global economy.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you for being here, Virginia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and promote or move Virginia back to being an attendee. Next on your roster of scheduled interviews, you have, and I always struggle with his last name, but Mr. Lefteris Eleftheriou. I'm sure he can correct me on what I might have gotten wrong there. Promoting him to panelist now. Welcome, Mr. Eleftheriou.
Welcome. I can start. Thank you for being here. And I'm vice chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, Carrie Barnes, and co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with Michaela Alioto-Pierre. Here's how we're going to be running this. We're going to invite you to do a 1-minute introduction, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A and 1-minute wrap up. If people are interested in asking questions, reminder to put it in the stack and put stack. So with that, I will give you the floor. I assume it's up to you if you want to put your camera on or not, but welcome.
And you're muted. There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm actually in my car right now. Can you see me?
No. Oh, there we are.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
That's much better. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lefteris Eleftheriou, and I'm running for school board. I have a master's degree in education. I actually ran and operated a school for 8 years. I also work in the tech industry, in sales and marketing. I have a background in engineering. So I kind of understand how both work, how the public sector works, how the private sector works, and I want to take the best of both worlds and apply it to our public education system and hopefully make it better.
Carrie?
Wonderful. Yes, thank you. This is like we're facing challenging times here with the school district. We are at risk of insolvency, and there are budget cuts, lagging enrollment. Every child that leaves is like a $7K deficit approaching. So I'm just curious if you could tell us how your experience could inform taking on this massive fiscal problem if elected.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not new to these problems. Like I said, I work in Silicon Valley, so a lot of my clients are you've heard of them, Google, Amazon, Apple. So multi-million-dollar accounts. So I'm under pressure every day to make ends meet. And, if they don't meet, my job's on the line. And I'm not saying we have to bring that same type of severity to the public school system, but we do have to hold people accountable. Now, I ran a school, we brought in probably 1/10 of what the public school system, what each kid brings in. But the public school system has to support thousands of more staff. Now, again, I'm not saying we're going to cut jobs, but we do have to hold people accountable. If kids aren't learning, we have to figure out why. In my school, that's what I always did. Every day I'd figure out, I talked to the parents. Were the parents happy? Were the teachers happy? Were the students happy? Those are the three major stakeholders that our attention has to be on. And if they're happy, they'll stay in our schools and they'll continue to bring in income. That will be my focus.
Thank you. Before I move to Michaela, I should correct the record. I said 17K, but I believe it's about 14.5 based on an analysis of every lost student. Okay, with that, Michaela.
I'm happy to defer to Hasib just so that other people can ask questions as well.
Sure.
Thank you, Co-Chair Michaela. Just jump right into it, sir. I want to talk about absenteeism in the San Francisco Unified School District. There's recent reports that show in the 2022-2023 school year, 1/3 of San Francisco students were chronically absent from school. Those numbers are much higher for Black, Native American, and Latino students. So if you were elected to a school board, how do you get kids back into the classroom?
The same way I operated in my school, I would call every parent. I'd have them come in. If necessary, I'd go visit them to figure out what's going on. Do they need childcare? Is there a problem at home? Why the child's not being in school? I think the important part here is how is a child's life at home, and address any problems there so we can make sure they're in class and learning the way they should be.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Welcome. Michael Nguyen.
Thanks, Co-Chair Barnes. Good morning. I have a question that I'm asking most of the candidates is around early childhood education, and I'm heartened to see in your questionnaire that you want to prioritize that. Baby Prop C isn't being fully utilized, and we are seeing, the school boards having to maybe close down schools. Do you think that schools could be transformed into childcare facilities to hopefully expand that? I mean, what would you do as a Board of Education member to sort of maybe bridge that gap? And curious your thoughts on all universal childcare.
Of course, I'm a big proponent of childcare, and any way we can provide better childcare, why not take advantage of those resources? We provided childcare at my school. If parents needed to drop their kids off earlier or pick them up later, we provided that option. We got to give parents the flexibility. Being a parent is not easy. A lot of them are working. A lot of them have nannies, that you have to communicate through. We got to reach the parents at the end of the day because they're the ones paying the bills. If their kids aren't coming to our school, that cuts off our income. So if the parents are happy and the kids are in class, that's how we'll sustain our school system. So yes, whatever we can do to provide better service for the parents, I'm more than happy to support that.
Wonderful. Michaela, did you have a question?
Thank you for being here. So the question that I'm curious about is that we have children with disabilities within the school system, and we have parents who complain about the type of education and the access that their children have. What would you say to these parents with children with disabilities? How do you think San Francisco Unified should be accommodating them?
We accommodated children with disabilities at my school. You work with them just as you would with any other child. You try not to bring too much attention to the disability, but at the same time, you have to acknowledge that they might have special needs, and you work with them. So again, I'll keep repeating this. It's working with the parents, working with the teachers to make sure that child's needs are met. Maybe they can work in a normal classroom with other children without disabilities. Maybe they can't. Those are decisions we have to make as educators. And again, that's what I did at my school. We had a child who had I think an oxygen tank, and so we made special arrangements at the table so they could be at a table with other kids, and they fit right in. They did really well. And so again, working with the parents, working with the teachers to accommodate these students, it will be my number one priority, making sure they're happy.
Well, wonderful. I'm going to ask one quick last question that you can use as part of your 1 minute wrap up, and that is concerning the rise in hate crimes and firearms on school campuses. And in your questionnaire, you talked a little bit about supporting the renewal of the MOU, and as well as school, resource officers, community resource officers. So I'd love for you to address that in public safety as you're wrapping up.
Of course, if kids don't feel safe at school, they're not going to be there. So this is another way we're addressing absenteeism. So yes, I'm highly supportive of renewing that MOU. I think there should be some kind of patrolling on these school grounds to make sure that kids do feel safe, and not just kids, teachers as well. There's no tolerance for any kind of violence or any kind of group. That is not acceptable. I didn't accept that at my school, and I would not accept that with the public schools at all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and being here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, I'm going to move.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Up next on your roster, you have Parag Gupta. I will go ahead and bring Parag back into the panelist box, but this time as a candidate.
We wear many hats here in San Francisco. Parag.
Hello again. How's it going?
Okay, welcome. So, as you know, I'm vice chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, co-chair of the Endorsements Committee. I'm here with Michaela Alioto, my co-chair of the Endorsements Committee. We're going to run the interview the following way. You're invited, Parag, to do a 1-minute introduction, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute wrap up. There will be a 1-minute sign prior to your last minute of Q&A, and then the 1-minute sign, and then 30 seconds for the final 1 minute. Many signs to watch, but we're going to help you keep track. So with that, I'd love for you to take the floor and do your 1-minute intro.
Absolutely. So hello, fellow DCCC members. I asked for your endorsement for the school board. My family story is rooted in education. My grandfather started the first women's college in his region of India. My father's academic success empowered him to come to this country. My parents started with $200 in their pocket. They faced housing insecurity, discrimination, wage theft, but they never skimped on my public school education here in the Bay Area. And I seek to enable all our 49,000 SFUSD students to have that same access to opportunity and excellence. I'm a proud SFUSD dad. My daughter starts middle school on Monday. I served on school site council chair during the entire time, or most of the time that she was in elementary school at Chinese Immersion School at Diavola. I'm also a leader at Mercy Housing, the largest nonprofit affordable houser in the country, overseeing resident services for 45,000 residents in 21 states. And I seek to bring that same ethos and expertise of focusing on outcomes to our public schools. Finally, I was pleased to author the SF Democratic Party resolution that laid out our party's public education platform supporting SFUSD excellence. I look forward to your questions.
Wonderful. My first question is the following. The school district, Unified School District, as you know, is facing fiscal insolvency, needs to act quick prior to 2025 in the state takeover. Simultaneously, there's a rise in hate crimes and the presence of firearms on campus. Do you, Parag, believe that you have the critical decision-making skills to handle this crisis, along with what experience in your background will inform the decisions you have to make?
Yes, and this is something that I fear and face every day as an SFUSD parent, seeing both, we've had public safety scares on campus. We also face the uncertainty of what's going to happen with our public schools. I know we would have been crushed had Chinese Immersion School at Diavola as a language immersion program been closed. That's a jewel. Our language immersion programs are a jewel of our entire system. Now, your question asks about the financial stability, and this is something that I balance every day also as a leader at Mercy Housing. We have $4.4 billion in assets, over 100 million P&L. And so my job is to balance both how do we achieve the outcomes that we seek for our residents, 45,000 residents, and at the same time, still understand that if there is no money, there is no mission, there is no purpose that we can drive. So part of this and part of what I'd seek to do in the first 100 days is set up a task force that brings together the disparate parts of the school district, focused on revenue, focused on costs, and understand how do we get our financials back under control? How do we understand what are some of the unknowns? For example, the fact that we had a 21 audit that just had not enough material facts for the auditor to make an opinion is not okay. So having that level of governance and being an executive for the last 25 years in the nonprofit sector enables me to be able to make these decisions.
Thank you. Michaela?
Hi, Parag. Thanks for being here today. So the question that I have really centers around disabled children within the school district. You have a lot of parents who are very unhappy with the way that disabled kids are educated and treated within San Francisco Unified. And I have spoken to many parents who have left San Francisco to go to Marin and other counties because the system works better, is more inclusive, and more focused on their needs. I would just really like to know if disabled kids will be a priority for you and what comments you might have in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Michaela, I appreciate that question. It's heartbreaking to hear about families that just don't feel supported and feel like they have no other choice but to uproot their family and move to another school district. I've also spoken to former teachers who've burned out because they were under-resourced. And so it's clear that we need to shift our workload model for handling IEPs. We need to give teachers the adequate time to work with students with disabilities. And if we can do so early, I believe we have the best opportunity to increase long-term student outcomes, reduce educator burnout, and also just make sure that we're meeting our legal requirements as a school district.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe, you can have the floor. Ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today, Parag. Can you tell us a little bit more about specifically what work you've done with SFUSD?
Absolutely. So as I referenced in my first statement, I did serve as school site council chair at my daughter's school, where I stood shoulder to shoulder with our parents and our educators during the dark times of COVID, made sure our educators, for example, had the personal protective equipment that they needed, that we were able to do class size reduction for our students that were really important to our family, and also make sure that that was an inclusive process for our families, as well as those that were families of English language learners, especially in an immersion language field. I also served as chief program officer at the Stupsky Foundation, where I allocated $160 million and created a strategy to increase post-secondary success of our students, including focusing on SFUSD and helping students to navigate. And this is very personal to me because I look at my wife, for example. She came to North America and had no idea. She learned English by watching Alvin and the Chipmunks, and she had no idea what opportunities there were until she had a great teacher tell her she would be great for engineering. So helping students navigate is one of those pieces that we put towards that funding.
Thank you. We have time for one more question before your 1-minute wrap up. Bilal, you're next. Please keep your question short and concise.
Hey, Parag, I'm going to be off camera so people don't confuse us. Quickly, you alluded to it earlier. You've worked in affordable housing. How does your affordable housing experience qualify you to be on the school board?
Sure. So I'll be very quick as well. So one, the ability to work in an impact environment that balances both impact outcomes as well as financial outcomes. Two, we sit at, or SFUSD sits on one of the largest real estate or land holdings of anyone in this city. And so I'd like to leverage that for three purposes. One, how do we create more teacher housing, hopefully in shorter duration than Shirley Chisholm took? Two, how do we create under McKinney-Vento Act the ability to house some of our SFUSD families that have low-income families that have students that go there? And then three, how do we follow the example of the Presidio Land Trust and what they've been able to do to create more stable revenue streams for our school district, so it's not just dependent or so dependent on students attending and the regular attendance of students.
Thank you. If you could do your 30-second wrap up, it's now 30 seconds. Thank you, Parag.
Yeah, absolutely. So I seek to be a consensus candidate. I'm thrilled to have the endorsement of Speaker Emerita Pelosi, of State Senator Scott Wiener, of both UESF, as well as the Parent Action, And I understand we have a really tough time ahead of us. I see the Parent Coalition feed and the concerns that parents have. And I want to make sure that as we go through this, we'll come in January, the new school board that's elected, if I'm so lucky to be in there, we need to be able to support our families and educators, making sure that they are offered emotional and logistical support through this change, including counseling service, academic support. And then also we need to make—
Thank you. It's time. It's time.
No
so
problem.
I don't know if you heard me. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
No worries.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, I've moved Mr. Gupta back down to being an attendee. Your next, let me just pull up the tab here. Your next candidate is Jamie Hulig. So let me go ahead and get Jamie in here.
Michael, thank you for doing stack. I was going to just do it automatically, by the way. I'm just going to bump Michael first. Okay, welcome. Hi, Jamie. I'm Carrie Barnes, Vice Chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, Co-Chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with my fellow Co-Chair, Michaela Alioto-Pierre. This is how we're going to run this. We're going to invite you to do a 1-minute introduction about your platform, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute wrap-up. And Michael Nguyen has the first question during the Q&A section. So with that, we'll let you take it away, Jamie.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here. My name's Jamie Huling. I'm running for Board of Education. I am the daughter of a conservative car salesman and drill sergeant and working class Latina who raised me with liberal Catholic values. And unsurprisingly, they did not get along in all instances, and I learned how to be a fighter growing up. I was lucky to be the first woman on my mom's side of the family to graduate college and the first lawyer in my family. And I've used my law degree to advocate for and serve and fight for the people of San Francisco. I've been a public servant in San Francisco for over a decade, mostly in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office, working to solve some of the biggest problems facing our city. For example, I tried the opioid case that brought in $350 million for substance use treatment, and also stopped the Trump administration from imposing religious discrimination in our safety net healthcare system. I'm also the mom of an SFUSD student who's starting 2nd grade on Monday, and a toddler who's going to be in TK very soon. And I've watched the school district really fail our kids. And as somebody who's worked in local government, advised commissions, advised electeds, and helped work with department heads to solve problems, it's just immensely frustrating to me. And so I'm running because I'm ready to fight for our kids and be the champion that they deserve to get our district on the right track.
Wonderful. I'm going to ask the same question I asked of Parag, the candidate before. So the school district is facing a crisis, multifaceted crisis. We have a potential fiscal cliff. It's headed towards in 2025, as well as a rise in hate crimes and the presence of firearms on campuses. What in your experience would give you the decision-making skills and skill set to address both of these challenges at this unique time?
Yeah, so in terms of the financial situation, obviously the state budget overseer is working with the district to basically make sure that they come into compliance and having a budget that is considered balanced, and ending their deficit spending. They're drawing down the last of their reserves, and there really is no option to continue deficit spending. I have a lot of experience negotiating with the state as a deputy city attorney in large complex matters, including the national opioids matters that my case was part of, as well as other matters. And I feel like making sure that everybody is on the same page about the urgency that the district is acting with, and we avoid that state takeover, is really important. With respect to safety, obviously I have a kid in the school. Safety is absolutely paramount. And also my cousin is the assistant principal of a public high school, not in SFUSD, who's had multiple shooting threats against it. I take that very seriously, both for students and educators. And I'm somebody who has worked with Moms Demand Action. I'm working right now actually to pass 2 different bills to prevent hate crimes, to take guns out of the hands of people who might threaten our communities. One is a bill by Rick Zabur, which is working its way through the process and would help us reach hate crimes and targets against certain communities and take those guns away. And the other is one to make government work, to make sure that once you get that GVRO, there's actually, the loop is closed and the guns are actually taken out of the hands of people who are a threat. I've worked with the San Francisco Police Department and the DA's office in the past and have good working relationships with them. And I'd like to work to put in place a new MOU that would incorporate best practices from other jurisdictions to keep our campuses safe.
Wonderful. Thank you. Michaela, are you going to ask a question or should I defer?
Yeah. No. Hi, Jamie. Nice to see you here this morning. Hi. So I'm asking everyone the same question, which has to do with disabled students or students with disabilities within the school district and their families. And families typically sometimes have to fight extra hard for these kids. Sometimes they don't have the same educational opportunities. Sometimes there are issues with access. I'm just kind of curious to know if disabled children will be a priority of yours if elected to the school board, and what issues you might see that we could be doing better on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's one of the most amazing things about public education is that it absolutely must be free and accessible and inclusive of everyone in our community. And that's something that private options do not necessarily offer. And we need to support families of students with disabilities. I personally have friends who have had to leave their employment basically to become full-time advocates for their kids with special needs or health needs. And that's not acceptable. It's very important that we keep families in the district by basically working our budget priorities, right? Like we have a lot of money per student, but right now we're putting a lot of money toward paying settlements to families whose students were denied care instead of putting that money up front to make sure that they get the education that they're entitled to, that is their right. And so I think making sure that when we do our resource alignment, we're putting the resources that we need in special education, which we know has not been funded. We know that teachers aren't getting the communication time that they need to communicate with perhaps like the main homeroom teacher, with the family, with care providers, to make sure that everybody's on the same page about the students' needs being met is really, really important. I also think that it's critical to pass the bond that we have on the ballot in November, because that is going to pay to complete really desperately needed modernization projects at schools in every neighborhood. And we've started the first steps of that in past bonds, but every campus needs to be physically accessible to every child. And that modernization project is really crucial for making sure that that happens.
Thank you. Michael Nguyen?
Yeah, really quickly, I'm asking all the candidates and same question around early childhood education and baby Prop C funds and potentially using, I guess, schools that have to be closed down as repurposed for early childhood education facilities. Do you think that's possible? Can we use that?
I think that it's really important that we are investing in early childhood education and early literacy as well, because what we're doing in some ways is paying for IEPs later in kids' educations because we didn't give them the kindergarten readiness that they need, and we didn't give families the supports that they need early on when we could have avoided that. I think that we really need to take a holistic look at using campuses, whether it's expanding programs that are already working and drawing new families into the district, or perhaps, and that includes early childhood education, or perhaps expanding to teacher housing and housing for low-income members of the school district family.
We have time to move to your 30-second. It's now a 30-second wrap up.
I really appreciate your consideration. I've been, fighting hard for kids and families in San Francisco for a long time and supporting SFUSD students through Scholar Match, helping make sure that low-income first-generation kids are able to access college. And I'm really proud to have broad support across the Democratic coalitions in San Francisco and would appreciate your support as well.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove Jamie as a panelist. And your next candidate on your roster for Board of Education is Mr. Jerson, John Jerson. So let me go ahead and find his name, and there he is. Promote him up.
John, welcome. I'm Carrie Barnes, Vice Chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with Michaela Alioto here. And we're running the interview today the following way. We're going to offer a 1-minute introduction, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A and 1 minute wrap up. And remember everyone to put stack in the chat if you'd like to ask a question. Thank you. And with that, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. It's an honor to be here. Public education has shaped my family. My mom grew up in poverty in Wichita, Kansas, and her public education and a love of math landed her a job at a bank and a way out of poverty. She passed her values on to me. And in 3rd grade, my public school teacher taught her class how to code, which was a wild thing to do with 8-year-olds, but I loved it. And by middle school, I was staying up late writing computer games and sharing them with friends and then selling them to friends. I realized that's how you start a company. And after college, I started another company in the storage closet of my friend's office. We couldn't afford our own office at the time. And I was writing algorithms to match people to jobs that they were a fit for. And that company did well. And LinkedIn bought that company and asked me to lead their core business unit. So I had this wild experience, suddenly finding myself as a leader of an organization with thousands of people and a multi-billion-dollar budget. That was exciting work, and it was important to me. And then I had kids, and they became so much more important. And as I see them about to spend the next decade plus in our schools, I see the crises our schools face and how the skills and experience that I'm very lucky to have are a direct fit.
Wonderful. Thank you. So as you know, the school district is facing a twin crisis of both approaching perhaps a fiscal cliff in 2025 and a state takeover, as well as public safety concerns with the rise in hate crimes and firearms on campus. I'd like, actually, based on your introduction, for you to address the public safety part, because it sounds like you talked about business skills. If you could explain how you would support and what you would do to create more safety on campuses, keep kids safe. Thank you.
Well, you're right about the tragic rise of violence and hate crimes, and my participation along with my wife in the Stop Asian Hate movement has really brought me closer to these issues and laid bare for me the importance, but also the reality of the situation and the measures that we need to execute to do better here. And first is, I think, ensuring that we're keeping students safe via every means. Right now, we don't have any agreement between the schools and the police department. The MOU that we had back in 2019 was not renewed. I don't think that's an appropriate situation. We need an agreement. I think it could be an improved agreement, but we need an agreement. Secondly, we need to make sure that on campus, we're creating a culture of accountability, but also a culture of acceptance. We need to take reports of hate crimes, of bias, of harassment, of bullying incredibly seriously and hold those people accountable that are perpetrating those, including staff. And at the same time, we We need to set an example from the top that we accept all students. We need to talk about those concepts and share them with our students as they're learning their place in the world.
Thank you. Michaela?
Hi, John. Thanks for being here today. It looks like we have a long list of people who'd like to ask John questions, so why don't I defer?
Okay, wonderful. Bilal?
Hey, John. Thanks for being here. Obviously, there's some critical financial issues happening with the school district, with potential school closures as well. How are you, on the school board, going to ensure that the SFUSD school closures are going to be equitable? And how will you serve the affected families and educators?
I think this is a very important question, Bilal. The current situation is already inequitable, unfortunately. The distribution of where our students are in the city does not match where our schools are. Nearly half of all the students in our system are in the southeast corner of our city, and they have a below average number of schools. So as we go through this process of closing schools, we need to make sure that we're shifting resources in that direction and making sure that schools are available where the kids actually are. No kid deserves to be commuting back and forth through the city for 45 minutes each way just to get to a school. So we need to make sure that the resources shift that way. At the same time, the current schools that we have set up don't have all the resources that they need. And so as we narrow the number of schools, we'll be better able to ensure that we're providing full wraparound services, including counselors, nurses, et cetera. And it's not equitable to have a school today that isn't able to fill those positions. And so that's part of the resource alignment initiative, is to make sure that all of those resources are in place. Now, we have a huge staffing challenge, and I have a lot of experience on staffing problems. I happen to have run the world's largest professional recruiting platform. And so I know what it takes to bring people into the district quickly and make sure all of those positions are filled.
Thank you. Supervisor Marr?
Good morning, John. SFUSD continues to have one of the largest opportunity gaps in California. And I guess my question is, how will you address this issue and ensure that students of color, English learners, IEP students, and students from homeless families, their needs are prioritized as a district works to foster academic excellence for all?
You're absolutely right. We have far too big of a gap between different groups of students, and frankly, it's unacceptable. Our public school system is designed to support all students, and it doesn't do a good job of that. And frankly, parents and families are right to be frustrated with the current situation. Now, we do have a huge opportunity to move the needle in a very cost-efficient way, and that's through early childhood education. The money is there. We have $469 million sitting in an account in the city that is devoted to early childhood education. Yet we haven't deployed those funds as aggressively, and our early childhood education programs inside of SFUSD are broken. Those systems, that platform is under-enrolled compared to our mainline schools by about 85%. Far too many families don't know about these programs, or when they apply, they're blocked by the $100 application fee, which we shouldn't have. And many families have told me they did apply and then their application got lost. We need to prioritize fixing early childhood education because that's where these gaps start. Some families have the means to afford supports that other families don't, and early childhood education is our best bet at equalizing the playing field.
I think that we can ask one quick question from Joe, but go into a short wrap up as part of it. Joe. Oh, if he's not here, okay, then if you could take your 1 minute wrap up, that would be great.
Yeah, happy to. The thing that I want to leave you all with is this is personal for me. I have a teacher in my family. I have 2 kids. And I can point to the moment in my life where my public education changed everything for me. I think that every kid deserves great opportunities, and I've found that I can make a difference. As I've gotten involved over the last couple of years, one of the things I did was I got appointed to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee that oversees a portion of our district's funding. And literally after my first meeting, I found millions of dollars in potential savings for our schools. I know that I can help. And I know that every kid in the city deserves a better functioning school system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, John. Goodbye.
I'm working on it. There we go. Okay, there we go.
And I'll see you later.
All right, so John is now back in the attendee box. We can now move on to your next candidate, which is Lawrence Lee. There he is, and promoted.
Right. And for people here who are watching, we have 2 more school board candidates as part of this section of our conversation. So Lawrence, welcome. As you know, I'm vice chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with Michaela Alioto-Peer. And we are going to be running the interview the following way. You'll have 1 opportunity for a 1-minute introduction, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute wrap up. And we do have Abigail as our timekeeper. So with that, Lawrence, you can start.
Hi, thank you, guys. Good to see everybody. I am running for school board. Lawrence Lee. In Chinese, my name is Lam Chuk Sai. I'm a San Francisco native, a child of immigrants, and the only candidate that is a K-12 product of the San Francisco public schools. I went to Argonne, Presidio, and Lowell, and this is me giving back for the education that I had here by running for school board. Our students deserve a great public school system like I experienced. My 7th grade math teacher saw something in me and took me to a state math contest, and my high school counselor was really helpful for a lot of mental health when I was dealing with my parents' divorce. My San Francisco education enabled me to go to Harvard and Stanford. This is something where we can achieve great things with our students. What distinguishes me is that I'm the only candidate who restored the oversight of $744 million of bond funds, facilities bond funds. I supported the educators from day one on the Empower Sleepover. I helped create the Asian American Parents Advisory Committee, and I supported students when they rallied for safer schools. So this is something where you can see that I've definitely put in the work to help out the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. I'm going to ask you the same question I was asking the past couple of candidates, which is SFUSD is facing 2 crises at the moment, as if one isn't enough, right? We have a potential fiscal cliff happening in a year and fiscal insolvency. And declining enrollment. We also have a public safety crisis with increase in hate crimes and the presence of firearms on campus. So given this dual issue, I'm asking candidates, what skill set and experience do you have that can inform your decision-making abilities to confront it?
That's a very important question. I'm glad we're finally facing these crises because they've been going on and getting hotter for several years. I'm the only candidate who's been trying to make things better. I've been working with auditors for the last couple of years on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee to get the audits back into shape and on schedule. This is me doing the work as a volunteer. I've been working as an ally to students many times. There was an incident of guns in Galileo and Washington High School in December, and I joined them in a rally in January. This is something where I can show you that I have been able to really work with people to find solutions that can make things happen right away. Thank you.
Michaela?
Hi, Lawrence. Nice to see you here this morning. So I am asking, I'm curious your thoughts on disabled children in the school system. Right now, parents have issues with the way that their children are educated, access issues. Sometimes classes aren't integrated, and sometimes children don't get the kind of need and help that they deserve to become better educated young people. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on this, and whether or not disabled kids would be a priority for you as a member of the school board.
Yes, this is very important for us to address now as well. Honestly, there are so many families who are leaving the school district because of how the district treats them. We're under-resourced and we're not taking care of the families. That's the law requires. I was a student that had challenges growing up. I was a shy kid who had a speech difficulty, and I was able to work through it with some extra help. And so I definitely have allied with many families that have had lots of concerns. I've been working with dyslexia families to try to get earlier and better testing. This can reduce the number of IEPs. I've been working with families to try to help them with legal challenges. So this is where, especially thinking about the immigrant families, this is where we should not be having growth. We should be having ways to try to diminish it, because what's really important is we have to get a school district that is growing again. And so we have to be able to take on these challenges and make things better. And there's ways we can do it. We can just keep putting an effort into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hasib?
Yes, thank you, co-chair. Good morning, Mr. Lee. So in this past week, California Governor Gavin Newsom has called on school districts to implement blanket policies banning cell phone use in the classroom because of the reported negative effects of social media and the distractions from learning on children's mental health. The Los Angeles Unified School District has said that they're going to follow suit as well. So if elected school board members, this is a policy that you will support as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We still have time. I will ask you another question, which is since the school district is facing school closures because of declining enrollment and revenue crisis, how would you recommend the district could do this equitably to include all students across San Francisco?
Handling the school closures is definitely the big job of the people coming in January. If things are working well, we'll have the closures decision in December, and then we'll have to work with the community to try to keep these students there and hopefully do well as these people are moving to different schools. So this is where, how do you handle equity? How do you handle everything is the big question that we're going to have to take on. And as you mentioned, with all these crises, it's going to be a hard job, but this is something that, and again, we have to do. We have to be able to understand the history of the school district and how things went poorly the last time schools closed, and understand what we're trying to do, and really be conscious of the community's efforts as they give feedback, because the district has a history of ignoring feedback. This is where I'll work with the community to make sure that there's paths for families and programs as they transition to schools, especially on the equity standpoint, to help these families that are most affected.
Wonderful. We have time now for your wrap up. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. We have time. I'll ask you one quick question to move as part of your wrap up, which is, how do you define student success, Lawrence? I would love for you to answer that question, because people talk in very vague terms about improved educational outcomes. So if you could address that as part of your wrap up, I would be most appreciative.
Yeah, let me split that up in a couple of things. The student success definitely has to have better scores, better outcomes, basically, we want to have kids reading and doing math at grade level or better. In order to do that, it's really important that we do the work in terms of getting kids in the school and giving them the mental health as they've been affected by the pandemic. So this is something that I've been pushing on very hard because of how it affects Black and brown families, most particularly, as well as immigrant and English language learner families. What's really important that you can understand is that there is a need for people that have been working with immigrants and Chinese Americans as one of the members of the school board. With Jenny Lam not running again, this is really important time to see that we can have, for the first time since the 70s, someone who's not Chinese, no Chinese American on the board. And that's something that might bring up another lawsuit in terms of having the commissioners. So I want you to understand that I've got backing from quite a few people. Dr. Emily Marase, the former president of the Board of Education, Eddie Chin, he's a former commissioner. This is something where the immigrants, not just Asian Americans, but also Hispanic families, really sense that having that kind of sense of personal history can really get to the depth and that kind of relationships. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for your time.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move Mr. Lee back into the attendee box. Your final candidate for the Board of Education block of candidates is Supriya Ray. Go ahead and there she is. All right, promoted. Oh, why is John still here? Sorry, John, I got to remove you. All right, there's Supriya. You should be ready to go.
Terrific. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Supriya, welcome. I'm Carrie Barnes, Vice Chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party and Co-Chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with Michaela Alioto-Pierre, who is my co-chair. We are going to be running the interview as best we can the following way, which is a 1-minute introduction by you, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute conclusion. And Abigail is our timekeeper and will be holding up signs. Yes, you're welcome. If people have questions, please remember to put it in Stack, and we will put Stack in chat, and we will call in the order it appears. So with that, Supriya, you can take the floor.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate all of you being here today and giving me the opportunity to address you. So, good afternoon. My name is Supriya Ray, and I'm a working parent of 2 kids in SFUSD. I've been in the district for 10 years now and have been doing parent and student-centered advocacy, community-centered advocacy for the last 4+ years. Since 2020, I have led efforts district-wide for outdoor learning, and since the schools reopened, I have continued to collaborate with folks on issues ranging from literacy and math to safety and good governance. I'm running for the board now because I've done an enormous amount of advocacy, and I feel like to do more, I need to be able to get a seat at the table. And I want to ensure fundamentally that all kids have the access and opportunities that they need to grow and thrive and find their path to reach their potential. And I also want to make sure that we are actually listening to all of those folks who are most impacted by SFUSD. That has been a problem for some time, that folks don't feel listened to, they feel ignored. So I want to note that I know from personal experience how important schools are as places of safety and stability, as places of access to caring adults, and as places of opportunity, because I myself come from a background of tremendous childhood adversity and trauma. Even in better points for us, when I was being raised largely by a single mom, she was on the edge a lot of the time and could never have attended board meetings or have figured out things like differences in school start times, just the challenges that parents face on an everyday basis. So schools for me ended up being a launch pad. They took me from situations of childhood violence and sexual assault and substance abuse impacts to being able to go to Harvard Law School, to thriving as a lawyer, a writer, a teacher. I taught for years, and to having a wonderful family today. They are transformative, and I'm an example of that. So I have 3 priorities.
Wonderful. Actually, Supriya, before I think that was 1 minute for
sure. No problem.
Not a little longer.
Thank you.
So we can save that as maybe as part of your wrap
Absolutely.
up. But I would like to ask the first question, which is the one I've been asking other candidates. The SFUSD is facing fiscal insolvency as with declining student enrollment, among other things, mismanagement, and a public safety crisis and the increase in hate crimes and firearms. What experience do you have confronting massive challenges of this nature, and how will it inform your decision-making process? Thank you.
Okay. There are massive challenges. We have many intertwined challenges. I have tremendous, experience and knowledge of the school district, which I think is critical, especially in these times of crisis, and given the lack of trust that so many people have in the school district. We need to build that back in order to do anything effectively. And we need people who can make hard decisions. I've gone through tremendous challenges in my life, and I've continually faced up to challenges and had the grit to get through them and the ability to make hard decisions. So I think that I would come to the board with everything from personal experience to professional experience to connections with the community in order to be able to build collaborative groups, collaborative decision-making, and come up with solutions that appeal to the widest range of people. With respect to specific issues such as safety, I actually am a Moms Demand Action Gun Sense candidate, distinction candidate. And I've been working on safety issues for years. And that's something that I'm known for working on in the district.
Wonderful. Michaela will graciously defer her question to Supervisor Marr. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Supriya. I just
Hi.
wanted to thank you for all your leadership, especially at Jefferson Elementary School.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is around the there's the San Francisco Public Education Pledge, but I was a little surprised to see that you haven't signed on to considering most of the other candidates for school board have also done that. And as you know, that includes key points like fighting for fully staffed schools, promoting academic excellence, and prioritizing the highest need students. So I
Mhm.
just wanted to see, if you could just explain why, if there's anything in that pledge for San Public Education that was created by SFUSD educators and their union that you don't feel comfortable with.
Absolutely. And I actually really appreciate that you asked that question. So I want to note, I was a teacher for years, and I have taught the most marginalized and disadvantaged groups of people, including immigrants, refugees, native English speakers who never learned to read, folks who had learning disabilities, and so forth. So I am very personally experienced with teaching in the classroom and working with marginalized groups. And I very much appreciate what unions do and the role of unions as critical players and critical stakeholders in our process. I also feel that within the pledge itself, I'm concerned, the reason I didn't sign, and you might want to call this a tough decision, for example, where I am able to make a decision different to what most people do. There are several things in the pledge that are not within the scope of a board member to do. And I don't want to overpromise. I feel like overall there has been a history of overpromising and under-delivering in the district. And I think it's critical that we build back trust. There's a lot of things in the pledge, whether it's rent control or affordable housing, that folks on the board just really don't have any control over. So I feel like we need to be clear that we're focusing our efforts on the school district and the kids. As board members, we have a fiduciary duty toward the school district and the kids. And to make a lot of promises about things we can't affect has concerns for me. Also, I want to be sure that everyone in the school district, every stakeholder truly feels that they can come to me and that I will listen to them and that I have not prejudged, various issues. I support broadly all the principles in the pledge, like the 6 sort of broad principles. I support all of those, but there are particular things within them that I think just go beyond what a board member can do. And I do want to be sure that everybody feels that I will be open to listening to their point of view.
Supriya, thank you. I just want to quickly have one more question from Haseeb before we move to our conclusion.
Co-chair, I'll go ahead and defer to Peter. Thank you.
Fab, thank you. Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, Supriya. Thanks for being here. I think we've talked and you mentioned I think one of the challenges SFUSD is facing is in terms of like teacher shortage and staffing and how we address that. What's your plan for addressing teacher retention and recruitment, and would you support looking at also salaries and benefits of our teachers, paying our teachers well, and particularly SFUSD as compared to other school districts? How do we address that kind of gap in terms of being competitive and offering competitive and living salaries for our teachers?
Okay, thank you for the question, Peter. This is also a great one. So I absolutely want to work to retain and attract more teachers. We've had staffing difficulties for quite some time, and many of our classrooms are understaffed, whether with teachers or with paraprofessionals as well. That's a huge issue as well. So one of the key things we need to do is make SFUSD a place that everybody actually wants to be. That includes teachers and staff, families and students as well, but also teachers and staff. Everyone has to feel safe to want to come to the district. And I know there are a number of people who don't feel safe for a variety of different reasons and who have left or been transferred for those types of reasons. So we need to make sure fundamentally people feel safe. Second of all, with respect to like wages and working conditions, for instance, I support the recent raise that was passed for the teachers, for the educators, and for the paraprofessionals. I think it was very important that we included those paras because we already have so much difficulty staffing with them and because they deserve good, solid wages. They have a hard job. So compared to other school districts, I think with our current financial situation, we definitely want to be aware of what's going on in other school districts. But I also think we need to retain as many staff as we possibly can. And so, how balance between
we're just at time. I feel like you answered that question. I just want to give you the opportunity to literally take like a couple sentence wrap up just to close this out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really quick.
Okay, so my priorities are the budget, safety, and excellence. Fundamentally, what we need to do in order to address our crises and restore trust in the school district is to show that we are capable. The board has to be capable, the district has to be capable of delivering what pretty much everybody wants, which is safe, high-quality schools. If we can unite around that and make that our focus, then we can really come to good collaborative solutions that work, because that is what everybody agrees on. I would deeply appreciate your vote, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everyone who soldiered through all the Board of Ed candidates. It's been fabulous to be on this journey with you for this part of the day. I think, Bobak, you can help us transition to the next part. That would be fabulous.
You actually have a 10-minute gap. So my understanding of your current schedule is that you have a little bit of a buffer baked in for people to
It's
go
a little
stretch their
choppier.
legs, bio break, etc. And then
Bobak, you're a little choppy, but I think bottom line, we are coming back at 12:30 and we're going to do City College, correct?
Yes, sorry, I don't.
That's fine. Okay, so stretch your legs, come back, think of great questions, and we'll see you in 10.
Quick 2-minute warning. We're going to reconvene at 12:30 and we're going to move into Community College Board. My internet is still unstable. I'm going to move.
Hi, Bobak. Is Luis here?
I do not yet see him in the roster, so I'm going to give him a quick call.
Welcome, new timekeeper.
Oh, Sam, are you our new timekeeper?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for doing this.
Vice President of Noy Valley Dems in the house.
Woohoo.
He's coming now. Sorry about that. The whole sign up 10 minutes early thing is helpful for, the smoothness. But at any rate, okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more interviews with City College Board of Trustees, and then we have Mr. Kojaste coming in at the very end because he couldn't make it in the morning, and then that's a wrap for today. So, all right, there's Mr. Zamora. I'm going to promote him to be panelist. And with that,
Hi, Luis. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well, Michaela. Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking time out to do this today and tomorrow.
Well, thank you for being here with us. We really appreciate that. So as you know, I'm the co-chair of the endorsement committee with my colleague, Carrie Barnes, who's the other co-chair. Sam Maslin will be doing the time for you. The structure of the interview is pretty straightforward and simple. It'll be 1 minute of an introduction followed by 6 minutes of Q&A. And then we have a last minute to wrap up. That sometimes goes into a little bit of the Q&A, but we do need to keep the entire thing at 8 minutes. So with that, I'd like to welcome you and give you the floor. Oh, and this is to begin
Yeah, well, thanks
the
again for
interviews
having
for the Community College Board. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Luis. It's all yours.
Thank you. Yeah, as mentioned, I'm running for Community College Board of San Francisco. I'm a first-generation college student, and I've seen firsthand what a community college education can do for folks. An associate degree remains my highest level of education, and with it, I've been able to work with some of the nation's top law firms, the state legislature, and our local and city government. So I really know what it can do for others. And I have a shared experience, lived experience that many CCSF students are going through in that my parents didn't have enough funds to send me to a four-year college. They made just enough where we didn't qualify for any financial aid, but also there wasn't enough there to send me to a four-year college. So I had to work full time to get my AA. But I'm running to bring accountability to the college, to improve its long-term financial stability, to revamp some of the courses and expand some of the courses, and to support students and faculty as we try to grow the college in the future in a responsible way. Many of you know I'm an LGBTQ activist, a renter, a union member, the son of a long-time union member, 26 years as a laborer, and I've been involved in many party activities, including past president of one of our clubs, and a former immigrant rights commissioner, and will be joining the DNC in Chicago after this meeting. But thank you, and look forward to answering your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, let's start off with this one. San Francisco Community College right now is about at half capacity. The school can take close to 95,000 students, and we're around 40. What would you do to increase participation and retention at San Francisco City College?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. I really feel like we need to revamp the marketing. The marketing has not been stellar. I've not seen any advertisements for CCSF out in the wild. I think we could do a lot better there. And we also need to revitalize our course offerings by working with the Academic Senate. I want to be clear, working in tandem with them. And really just building innovative programs around emerging technologies like AI. San Francisco's the AI capital of the world right now, reinvesting in skilled trades and those pipelines. And then finally, really just any programs that are tied to dual enrollment. For example, I've mentioned P-TECH on my site that you could look into later, but P-TECH has been highly successful in San Diego, community college districts up here in Diablo Valley High School. And in a sense, what it is the pathway in technology for early college and high school students. So they work in tandem with the local community college and really get students invested early. And it allows them to receive either their high school diploma or a credential or an associate degree. So it's more along the line of a dual enrollment opportunity.
Great, thank you. Co-Chair Barnes.
Hi, Louise. So nice to see you, but I'm actually going to defer to my colleagues.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Mr. Galata.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Hi, Luis. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. So my question is, many San Franciscans have taken classes at City College or have been involved in advocacy efforts regarding the college or volunteered at the college. Can you just share more about any direct experience you've had with City College of San Francisco and how that service or experience has prepared you to potentially be on the board?
Sure. My direct experience with City College, unfortunately, is not a positive one. I tried to sign up for classes at CCSF, and I gotta say it was the most cumbersome experience I've had. After finally completing the application, I was never presented with a FAFSA opportunity. Not that it should be required for all students, because Free City College also should be an option. But once I applied, I got an email saying there was an error with my application. And after reaching out and being able to be in contact with no one at the college, about a week later, I received an email back saying I was admitted to City College. And so there was just a lot of chaos, and I'm pretty with it, I'd like to think. I can't imagine what students and families that this is their first time going through things would experience. So I feel like there's a lot of work to do there, and I want to address those issues. But frankly, as far as my background for community colleges and what I could bring to the trustees, when working at those major law firms, I was in charge of multi-million-dollar budgets. And I want to be clear, that was inclusive of budgeting, forecasting, reporting on why we had a variance, if there was one, and trying to close that gap. And weirdly enough, many people don't know this, I was a facilities manager for a lot of those law firms. So I know how an HVAC unit is supposed to run. I know if we need to defer maintenance or if we need to replace it right away. These are critical things. I know we've all heard about the boilers at CCSF that I'm going to have firsthand experience with that no other trustee is going to have. So I'm looking forward to bringing that expertise to CCSF.
Thank you. Mr. Wen.
Hi, thank you, co-chair. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Luis. My question is around early childhood education, and if you've been following this, I've been asking this to the Board of Education folks. I've been asking this for most. This is a priority of mine. I'm curious. Community college, as been mentioned, has about capacity for 96,000 students. So there's a lot of buildings. There's a lot of space. Do you think there'll be useful to repurpose some of that space to expand childhood education facilities for universal childcare in San Francisco?
I do. I would be very open to that and other creative ideas on how to use our spaces, leasing some of our space as well to try to recoup some of that unused space. I will say it isn't just about early childhood education. One of the things that I want to explore as a trustee is childcare. I know that remains a barrier for a lot of CCSF students. And so I want to make sure that that's something we look into and try to implement that as well. And maybe some of those spaces would work for that. I see I have 1 minute there. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. So now you do have a 1 minute close.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with so many of you throughout the years. It took me a while to figure out where I could make the most difference. And having lived through a city college experience and having it be the background for me for everything I've done, I feel like that's where I can do the most good. I am running with a great group of folks, Heather McCarty and Ruth Ferguson, that you'll hear from later today. I think this is what we need in order to work in tandem with the current board and to move City College even further. And so I humbly ask for your support, and I'm available offline if you have any additional questions before your vote. I know that there's a couple of folks on here that we will try to meet before then, but I just appreciate all your hard work. I know this is your third round of this, so thank you very much, everyone.
Great. Thank you so much, Luis. It was nice to have you here with us. Have fun in Chicago.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. You're on mute, Bobak.
I just realized that. Up next, you have on your roster Ruth Ferguson for City College Board of Trustees. So let me promote Ruth up to panelist. Welcome, Ms. Ferguson.
Hello, thank you.
Hi, Ruth. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice to have you here. I'm your co-chair, Michaela Alioto-Kier, joined by my co-chair, Carrie Barnes.
Hi.
And our timekeeper, Sam Maslin. So you will have a 1 minute opening followed by 6 minutes of Q&A and then a 1 minute close. So it goes kind of quick. But with that, let me give you the floor and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great. So I am running for City College Board because I know firsthand the impact that an accessible and affordable community college education has on individuals, families, and entire communities. My family relied on community college to break a cycle of poverty, and community college lifted me out of my small rural hometown and into a four-year university. I relied on local community college classes again while working full-time in the California legislature to prepare for a master's in public policy at UC Berkeley. As a community organizer, a policy advocate, and a community college graduate, I will build collaboration on the board to support a thriving city college for everyone. I've built and led a statewide coalition to advocate for workers' rights, stabilize working families during the pandemic, and served as a leading organizer on critical social justice issues over the past 15 years. I know how to work collaboratively to achieve real change. And as trustee, I will bridge divides between the administration, board, faculty, and students to increase enrollment, stabilize the school's finances, and prioritize student success. Thank you for your consideration today. And I'm excited to answer any questions you have about my interests and qualifications in this race.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just a reminder, everybody, keep your mic off if you're not speaking. Thank you for that, Ruth. So I'll start with the first question. You had mentioned enrollment. Currently, San Francisco City College is about half at where it could be, around 40,000 students. And I think our capacity is somewhere in the ballpark of 95,000. What would your ideas be for for bringing in more students and then retaining them once we have them?
Yeah, so I heard some of my colleague Louise Zamora's comments before me, and want to echo those and say that, you know, I attended community college as a dual enrollment student, and looking at national data, you know, actually dual enrollment students are a group of students that are actually like increasing in registration nationally in community colleges, while above 18, you know, students are kind of more traditional community college students are rapidly declining. I think that is one really good avenue. There was a spike in enrollment for dual enrolled students at City College during the pandemic. It's since come back down to pre-pandemic levels. I think also focusing on some of the workforce development stuff that Louise covered. And also, I know there was a question about childcare, and Michael, actually a conversation we had a while ago really like got me on the path to understanding what's happening at City College. And at first, I thought that perhaps there wasn't kind of the capacity or availability for kind of the childcare services that are needed at City College. But I've learned by speaking with the president of Mission College and also speaking with staff at City College that there is actually capacity. They still have room for like 25 students, but have had a difficult time actually getting parents, you know, student parents to enroll their students. And I'm happy to talk more about that, but it sounds like there are some issues with the hours that the you know, childcare kind of provides and some other things. So I think addressing kind of equity barriers and also focusing on meaningful avenues to boost enrollment. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Co-Chair Barnes.
Great. Hi, Ruth. Nice to have you here. As you know, I'm working on the DCCC's Code of Conduct for the dozens of chartered clubs across the city to adopt. Social contracts like this can also work very well in academic settings. And so I read your questionnaire and what you said you'd prioritize. But I'd also like to know, if elected, how would you ensure City College is protecting women in fighting sexual harassment on campus?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, I mean, so this is an issue that matters a lot to me. While I was working in the California legislature, reported sexual harassment, discrimination, retaliation, and went through a multi-year long process to report it, to actually get it reported properly, but then also going through the investigation process. And in 2022, while I was on the board of SFWPC and with their support, I came forward as a whistleblower. I had worked for about a year and a half with legislative allies to try to kind of improve the system from the inside, and ultimately through many conversations with legislators and advocates, decided to blow the whistle on what I experienced. And so just to kind of briefly explain that period of time, I then organized with other survivors and advocates, and we, after many months and holding a press conference on the Capitol stairs, we were able to achieve critical policy changes by coming to the table with Senate leadership. And so as it relates to City College, you know, I'm familiar with some of the concerns that students have. And I think as a board member, my responsibility would be holding the administration accountable, especially as it relates to kind of hiring and firing, and making sure that they are swiftly handling any allegations or issues related to sexual harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. And then also working, what I do as an advocate, usually when I'm working with survivors who come forward, is really understanding their needs and how I can uplift and support them. And so that would absolutely be something that I would do as trustee and make myself available to students and faculty and staff.
Great, thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Member Gupta.
Hi, Ruth. Can you tell us about a situation where you worked with someone across differences to accomplish one of the policy goals that you've, just in general?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I'll start by saying I'd love to chat to explain a little bit more about my experience in the legislature. Oh, thanks for that time warning. I also just want to say I'm actually a trained dialogue facilitator. In college, I participated in a pilot program, and then as in my first job as a young professional, I worked on campuses across the country to run a program on dialogue facilitation for students specifically. So it's something that matters a lot to me. I'm also from a conservative area with a lot of white supremacist activity, and have my intro into local politics was organizing across difference to address hate crime issues in my hometown. And I'll just say, I know I'm running out of time, but in the legislature, my role as not only, coming forward as a whistleblower, but then really like taking stock of where we were as a policy advocate was realizing that we needed to find common ground. We needed to find areas where we could all agree there's room for the legislature to grow. And so that's how I achieved those policy changes. Yeah. And I know I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. Those signs are great, but they can also be a little distracting.
Yeah, no, but I know it's your job.
No, you're doing a good job, Sam. So with that, Ruth, you have a 1-minute wrap up.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So City College is a place where every San Franciscan can find economic opportunity, exploration, and reinvention. But as we've discussed, I know you're discussing with other candidates, it's facing serious challenges, low enrollment, and its second accreditation warning in the past decade. This is a critical moment for our entire community. But I believe in City College. I believe its enrollment can continue to climb with the proper interventions and support. I believe with increased transparency and accountability, its budget can stabilize. I believe the board can work collaboratively with faculty, staff, administrators, and students to achieve necessary common goals in this challenging moment for the college. I know how to work collaboratively to achieve real change across difference, and I'm ready to get to work for City College. Community college transformed my life and my family for the better. I'm running because I want many, many more San Franciscans to benefit from City College for generations to come, and will work diligently to preserve it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. It was nice to have you here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and remove her as panels. There we go. Okay, good. Up next on your roster is Mr. Ben Kaplan, and I see he's right here, so I will promote him to panelist.
And I've been promoted. Thank you. That was very nice of you.
You have been promoted.
I was already promoted. Wow. Nice to be with you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Kaplan. So I'm Michaela Alioto-Peer. I am your co-chair for today of the Endorsement Committee, along with Carrie Barnes. The timekeeper will be Mr. Sam Maslin. And just really quickly, you have a 1-minute introduction followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then you will have a 1-minute conclusion. So with that, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I saw that tail end of Ruth. I thought she did a nice job. So thank you for being for listening. I'm Ben Kaplan. I'm running for the City College Board of Trustees because I believe that City College is actually the most overlooked solution to a lot of San Francisco's most pressing problems that a lot of you work on. And specifically, in City College's history, it was founded in 1935. It was right after the Great Depression. And it was basically a pipeline of critical workers to solve problems of a changing city. And so the first degrees at City College were like criminology, that was police. Fire service, that's the fire department. And lots of other administrative tasks, counselors, and City College would, if City College was strong right now, all of the challenges that all of us deal with every day would actually be so much easier to solve. So that's why I'm running. And then what's unique about my background is that I've spent the past 25 years, my life's work is in higher education. So I got my start helping improve access and affordability. I wrote some books for students that look like this on trying to make college more accessible and affordable. But then after that, I was hired by lots of institutions of higher education to grow their enrollment, the exact problem City College has. So UCLA, Texas A&M, Eastern New Mexico University, New York City Public Schools. I was the person who helped grow enrollment and do outreach to disadvantaged students. And I thought when I heard about this role, like, wow, this is maybe ideal for me.
Great. Wonderful. Well, let's start off with this. So right now, City College has about 40,000 students. We're at about half capacity. I think we can take somewhere in the ballpark of 95,000. So with that, we need to start moving our enrollment by 2026. What would you do, to affect funding, before affecting funding? What would you do to help us attract and retain more students?
Great question. And actually, the numbers are even a little bit worse than that. I was just on the sort of Data Mart site. It's now 26,000 students enrolled, but this past year, it was 14,000 full-time equivalents. To give you an idea, the hold harmless level is 22,000. So we have 7,000, 8,000 students to go just to get back to our baseline and then grow. But the key on enrollment is a really simple thing that is the first thing you do in enrollment growth. Like I've worked in this for 25 years, which is you divide the audiences into cohorts with different needs. So a student that's a dual enrolled high school student versus an English as a second language student versus a retiree that wants to explore their horizons, they have all different needs. But the issue is right now we treat them all the same. How do I know this? Is because in the mail, we get that thick course catalog for City College courses. But the issue is, well, if you're an English as a second language student, you don't need that. You just need something in your language that focuses on English. If you're a dual enrolled high school student, you don't need that entire course catalog. You need something focused for that. So the key to enrollment growth is actually creating different messages for different types of students. And then the other part, maybe this will be another question, is that we have to remove accreditation risk. We have to get it off the table. When City College's enrollment started plummeting, it was when 2012, there's these risks we're going to close. No one wanted a degree from a place or credits from a place that might not transfer. We haven't recovered. So that letter in January of this year is hugely problematic, but yet that's actually a solvable problem because the chancellor of the California community college system said, here is the amount of reserves a college should have. You should have 2 months of reserves in the bank. So we know the answers to the test. We can remove accreditation risk if we just do it. If you rank the 72 community college districts in California from 1 that has the most reserves to 72 that has the least, City College ranks number 72. This is a very, very solvable problem.
Great, thank you. Chair Barnes.
Long-winded answer to a simple question.
No, good answer. Good answer. Thank you.
Hi, Ben. Welcome. I was going to ask about the financial and accreditation crisis based on our conversations in the past as well. However, I'm going to defer. Other people can ask.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hasim.
Thank you, co-chair. So we've had 9 chancellors in 8 years, and we're looking for a new chancellor now at City College San Francisco. So if you were elected to the board of trustees, what would you look for in a new chancellor?
Sure. I think a great question. And I think it's actually a critical choice. So one, there's 4 key components of what that chancellor needs to lead. And it's important to recognize that the board of trustees, we're advisors. We're almost like a board of directors, but we're not administrators. And that's actually one of the issues of accreditation that really the state brought up. So 4 things. One, we've talked about financial security. We need to do that. And I actually think financial security is in the best interest of all stakeholders. Faculty, service workers, administrators, because we need a strong city college, and a growing city college will be able to hire more people. So they have to have that, but that's kind of table stakes. The second thing is that igniting school enrollment, they have to have experience in growing school enrollment. To my knowledge, I haven't seen that as a criteria on prior chancellors before. But the issue is in 2024 and 2025, we're going to be stuck at this funding level with no cost of living adjustments unless we get enrollment up. So we need a chancellor that actually has some marketing skills. This time, usually not, but now we do. Third, we need a chancellor who wants to build community hubs. So one of the greatest assets of City College is the branch campuses. Like City College Chinatown is largely being unused. It closes at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. It's not open on weekends. That could be a community hub to bring the whole community in. So we need a community builder. And finally, we need someone who wants to elevate student outcomes and who puts students first. So there are 6 university partnerships at City College where you enroll in City College and then you automatically get enrolled in a 4-year school. Why don't we have that across the Cal State system? Why don't we have that across the UC system? Why don't we do that with all of the big employers in town? And for instance, University of San Francisco, a private school, has all of these partnerships to get people working in City Hall. We don't at City College. So those 4 things I think are key for a chancellor, and it's a really, really important decision.
Great. Mr. Galata, you're the last question.
Thanks, co-chair. Hi, Ben. And maybe could be a good question for you as you do your closing remarks, but just, can you share a little bit more about the direct experience you've had with City College in San Francisco? You know, many San Franciscans have either taken classes, have been involved in advocacy efforts, etc. So just, can you share a little bit more about any involvement or experience you've had?
Sure. I'm currently there. I'm pursuing a certificate in diversity and social justice. So it's been fun. I've taken classes on anti-Semitism, anti-Arabism. I think coming up this fall is sort of ageism and its effects. And so that's been really fun. And then the other part that I've started doing is actually doing a lot of talks, because I have this background in sort of helping students, in helping City College students plan for what's next. So I've been starting to do talks, mentoring sessions, other things with students there, helping them with those kind of outcomes. So I think the other thing I'd say that is just hugely exciting is I get a sign that says stop. I'd love to get more people from the community involved in mentoring and teaching at City College, because I don't think we really invite people in to help.
Great. Thank you. So you have a 1-minute close.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's fun to talk about this. I want to just share something personal. So my backstory is I didn't know how I was going to pay for college. I hustled around. I was the kid that won all these scholarships to go to college. And when I did that, I made myself a promise. And this is something that I've had no idea how I'm going to fulfill in my life, but this is what I said. I said, I'm going to help somehow in my life 1 million students who would never otherwise go to college. And I'm going to help support them with $1 billion in scholarships that I don't know where I'm going to get this money from. So that became my life's work, my life's goal. I see personally City College is incredibly exciting because I would love to make progress on that. But even beyond my personal interest, I just think that it is an amazing institution, and we've forgotten that it's a great institution. It was once the largest college in California. We got headlines across the country on San Francisco makes college free for the first time. We should be incredibly proud of this. We don't have to have this austerity mentality. City College is a great contributor, a great asset in the community, and we just have to believe in it again.
Great. Thank you very much. It was nice to have you here today.
Okay, great. Nice to see you all, and thank you for listening. And no one fell asleep, so it's a positive as well. So thank you.
Best of luck.
Okay, take care. Cheers.
Thank you.
I certainly hope nobody's falling asleep. We do have a few more candidates, though. Our next candidate on the interview docket is Ms. Heather McCarty, and she's right here, so I'll promote her to panelist. Welcome, Heather.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Heather McCarty, and my pronouns are she, her, and I am running for Board of Trustees for City College. I am a former
hold on, Heather, before you get started, I just want to make sure you know the ground rules here.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi, no. I like the jump in and get going attitude. So I'm Michaela Aliotto-Pierre, I'm your co-chair. Carrie Barnes is the other co-chair. Sam Maslin will be doing the time. You will have a 1-minute introduction, and then you'll have 6 minutes of Q&A, and then you'll have a minute to kind of wrap up and give us a conclusion. So with that, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here today. Nice to have you.
Thank you for having me. I will do that again. So, as I've been saying, I am Heather McCarty, and I am running for the Board of Trustees. I am a former community college student. I am a product of K-12 education from kindergarten all the way through my PhD. So I have personally experienced how accessible, high quality education transforms lives. This is actually what inspired me to become a community college professor. And so I have dedicated my career to empowering others through education. For the past 18 years, I have served in a variety of leadership roles at my own college. I'm a professor of history and gender studies, and I have been actively involved in both my academic senate and my faculty union. I previously served as the chief negotiator for my union, and I am currently on the budget committee for my college, and I've served on that committee on and off for the past 18 years. So I really have a keen understanding of the financial challenges facing community colleges and the experiences addressing them. At my college, I also helped to co-found and I now co-direct an academic center that's focused on our 5 pillars, which are access, equity, inclusion, service, and justice. And then outside of my college, I serve as a board member on a nonprofit that's focused on supporting underserved first-generation college students to prepare a college list, apply, get financial aid, and then persist. So really, in my work life and my volunteer life, I am striving every day to find innovative ways to help students realize their goals. And so I am running for the Board of Trustees at City College to bring my expertise, my experience, and my passion for the community college system to help get City College on a path towards stability and strength so that it can be here for generations to come.
Great. So ordinarily I ask a question, but questions have been kind of stacking up. So I'm going to go straight to members of the DCCC. Why don't we begin with member Wen?
Thank you, Chair Eliot Pierre. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Heather. My question is around supporting students that have children and parenting students, and then it's basically expanding early childhood education and facilities. Throughout San Francisco, there's other candidates have talked about the idea of community hubs and the role of City College as a community hub. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on maybe using some space? Because one thing that all the campuses have is a lot of space to maybe use as basically universal childcare in San Francisco. There's baby Prop C funds. As a trustee, would you be supportive of that? And maybe just talk to your experience as an educator on like the difficulties of students that have children and access to basically upskilling. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real challenge for lots of students. In full transparency, my first introduction to City College was actually through their child development program. I took parenting classes there, parent observation classes, back in 2012 and 2013. And so I am a huge fan of the work that is happening there. So definitely totally biased in favor of child development programming at City College. Lots of other community colleges in California actually do this. They have partnerships, they have state grants, they have federal grants, they have other kind of local supports that have allowed them to actually have childcare centers that have actually drop-in for parents. So parents, instead of having their kid in childcare all day, can bring their child for when they have their class. So their kid can stay in their class, in childcare there for their class. And it makes it manageable for parents to actually try to go to school, right? I mean, that's a huge barrier. Childcare is a huge barrier, but it also brings a resource to the college because we have that early childhood development program. There are students there who need to be observing and working with children in order to get their own teaching certification. So it actually is not just a resource for students who need the support, it's also a resource for students who are teaching and learning. And so it's one of the things I would definitely want to be exploring. And I think the best path to do that is to talk to some of the other local Bay Area colleges that have successfully managed to do this. And I know that Mission West Valley is one of the districts in the Bay Area that has successfully set up a child development program for students who are taking classes there. So I'm a huge fan of that and would love to see that be a resource there.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm sorry, I passed our co-chair, Carrie Barnes.
That's fine.
Didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. Go ahead,
That's
Carrie.
fine. Welcome, Heather. I do have a question for you. It involves campus safety, public safety, sort of 2 for 1. As you know, we're working on a code of conduct to create harassment-free zone for the chartered clubs across the city. I think that social contracts like that work well on academic settings, can work really well. Also, we have public safety issues of firearms and hate crimes. And so I'd just like to hear from you how you would address this if elected.
Yeah, absolutely. So City College has its own police department that is separate from SFUSD, and SFUSD and the City College Police Department, the DPD, actually have a memo of understanding, an MOU. So SFPD, and actually it's also with the coroner's office. So SFPD and the coroner's office handle, suicides, they handle homicides and those kinds of things on campus. And then the local police department is able to actually access them for additional expertise. And so City College itself actually has pretty low crime. There's like been one hate crime in 6 years and it was gender-based. Most of the crime that happens on campus is really around like car break-ins, those kinds of crimes. So it actually has really low crime. So I wouldn't say that crime is necessarily a problem on campus. I will say on every single campus, City College included, cultural norms around what is appropriate behavior and what creates a safe space, right? You were mentioning social contracts and those kinds of things. All of those kinds of problems exist everywhere, right? Sexual harassment exists in every place, workplace, doesn't matter where you go. These are all issues that are salient for everyone. And so I think that some of the ideas around social contracts and things you can do on campus are really, to me, less about engaging with police departments and more about engaging with campus culture. And so, I'm actually part of the Safe Zone Project. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but we do workshops and trainings around LGBTQ and ally issues as a way to try and create safe spaces on campuses, like college campuses. There are a lot of other organizations that are both internal and that are external to the college, to City College, that can be brought in to provide those kinds of trainings and workshops for actually, staff and faculty and board of trustees and students. Like there's a lot of things for that. And so I actually think like those are I think of those things as sort of separate issues. Policing to me is really about enforcing the policies that you have, but like actually creating safe spaces is really about a cultural shift. And so I think that's kind of a different set of training and programming.
Thank you.
Great, wonderful. Well, Heather, you've got about 45 seconds to recap and to tell us any last minute things.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you for your questions. I'd love to continue this dialogue. So please, if you want to talk more with me, please reach out to me. I would love to have those conversations. I am really looking forward to bringing my passion for community college education and my experience to help City College thrive. And I also just want to highlight that I am running on a slate with Louise Samore and Ruth Ferguson. And we are running together because we really have shared visions about how to grow enrollments at the college and how to address long-term fiscal stability of the institution, and also really how to build a collaborative and inclusive governance culture at the college itself. So I'm asking for your endorsement today because I think that together we can all build a brighter future for City College and all those who depend on it, whether it's for education, workforce training, or personal enrichment. Thank you for your time today.
Great, wonderful. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Up next, we have, sorry, forgive me 1 sec. I'm looking for the right name. Up next, we have Alia Chisti. So there she is. I'm gonna promote her to panelist. And we're humming along right on schedule. So proceed.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you for being with us today. So I am your co-chair, Michaela Alioto-Pierre, joined by co-chair Carrie Barnes, members of the DCCC, and Mr. Sam Maslin will be taking the time for us today. We're going to start with a 1-minute opening, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute close. It does go by pretty quick. So with that, I will give you the floor.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me on this beautiful Saturday morning. My name is Alia Chisti, and just to tell you a little bit about myself, I was born and raised in San Francisco. I grew up low income. I went to public school here, and I ultimately pursued my master's in education policy from Columbia University. I've served as a legislative aide, and I used to also oversee the Free City College program for the Department of Children, Youth, and their families. I believe education can transform lives, and in 2020, I decided to run for office and became the first Muslim elected in the history of San Francisco. In the last 4 years, I have made very hard decisions to make sure that City College maintains its accreditation and that financial sustainability is of the utmost highest priority. And in the next 4 years, I am going to make sure that City College stays accredited, is fiscally solvent, and does a better job of serving our equity populations. And City College isn't perfect, but it is, I believe, San Francisco's most important institution, and we all have a collective responsibility to make sure that this place is thriving for all of us. Thank you.
Great, wonderful, thank you. With that, I'm going to ask Co-Chair Barnes, do you have any questions?
I'm going to ask that same question because I'm really liking the different responses. So welcome. I know we've been trying to connect. I look forward to seeing you again. So as you know, we're working on a democratic DCCC code of conduct for chartered clubs to adopt to create harassment-free zones. Simultaneously, in general, we're seeing there's a rise in firearms and hate crimes on campuses. So with these sort of dual things in mind, if elected, how would you create improved public safety on at City College?
Thank you for the question. So I think a few different approaches that need to be taken to address this and that the board is making progress on, or we've had conversations around. So the first is setting the tone at the board level. As board members, we have trustee reports, and we can make it very clear that we do not tolerate discrimination, harassment, or anything of that sort on our college campuses. The second piece is that when it comes particularly to sexual harassment, I think there's a lot more that we can do in terms of strengthening our Title IX processes so that students know, or faculty or staff, when they have a complaint that they would like to file, that there's a clear process for doing that, and to ease that process. And then I think the other piece is around public safety. We have our police department at City College, and they institute a community policing method. And so you will often see them, and that's from a recommendation that came from the state's chancellor's office a few years ago. And so you'll see our college officers on campus in community events and really integrated. And so I think that really helps with public safety. We have a low crime rate, knock on wood, at City College. And so I think those are some of the important things to continue to maintain. And then the board members have also called for a behavioral intervention team. So when there is an incident that happens on campus, that it's not just the police officers that are responding, but we also have our dean of students and mental health professionals that are there to also assist the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Co-Chair Michaela. So, Trustee Chisty, a lot of times when we talk about students' success in college, they're scared away by debt and the idea of taking on debt. So can you talk about this program where there was debt relief for 13,000 students through a city grant and how that helped out the outcomes of students and the City College enrollment in general?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. I personally feel really passionately about student debt. When I was pursuing my master's in education policy, I specialized in the student debt problem. And so although free City College, great concept, only covers tuition, which is $46 a unit. So students, there's a large total cost of attendance of going to City College. And I was able to identify this issue that there were a whole bunch of students who had a hold on their account. So if you drop after the W deadline, you get a hold on your account. And by state ed code, the institution has to recoup that from students. And so I was able to fight for the effort to eliminate $2 million in student debt for over 14,000 students, which resulted in hundreds of students re-enrolling. And I've done that in different times. There was a COVID-19 block grant that we had, and I had also at that time made the recommendation that we use a portion of that to eliminate holds for students that dropped during the pandemic and to have them come back to the institution. So I do believe that if we address student fees, there's still a whole bunch of students that have holds on their account that if we eliminate those fees, that they might finish their goals at City College.
Great, thank you. Mr. Galata.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Hi, Trustee Chisty. Thank you for being here. So a few months ago, students and English faculty addressed the Board of Trustees asking for adding more English sections because too many students cannot enroll in required English courses, and English 1A specifically is a requirement for transfer and graduation. So can you talk a little bit about what is your position on addressing this? And if you support adding classes, what will you do if the administration says that it cannot be done?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So English 1A and English 1A has a support level class. I absolutely support the offering of those classes with all of the reform that happened with AB 705, which was to reduce the repeats that students were being placed in so they weren't moving forward because they had to retake English over and over again. Anyway, I absolutely support English 1A and the offering of it. I think that City College should meet student demand. If there's a demand and there's a wait list, then absolutely we should add those classes. However, we do have to take into account fiscal constraints, and adding of sections is a nuanced process that involves the administration, department chairs, faculty. So I want to make sure that we respect the processes that we have in place, but I will continue to ask those questions because as board members, we need to make sure that we are inviting students to our campus and that they're taking these basic level courses. And we just got an update on our budget the other day, and we do have some level of discretionary funding that I believe could be used to support this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So with that, we'd like you to give us your concluding remarks.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much again for having me here today. I just wanted to reiterate my deep commitment to City College and how important I believe it is for serving the citizens, our residents in San Francisco. And I believe I have the institutional knowledge and the public policy background to really make sure City College thrives. The next few years are extremely critical, and I want to make sure that I continue to set it up for success. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It was nice to have you with us today.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right. And then we now have Leanna Louie. And Leanna is in the attendee area, so I'll promote her to panelist. When you're ready, Ms. Louie.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Hi. Welcome to the DCCC interviews. It's nice to have you with us today. I am Michaela Alioto-Peer. I am your co-chair along with Carrie Barnes. Mr. Sam Matt will be taking the time, and then you have members of the DCCC here as well. Again, thank you for being here. The format's pretty straightforward. 1 minute opening, 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute closing. So with that, Ms. Louie, I would like to give you the floor. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here today. I'm running for City College Board right now because City College is in danger of losing its accreditation, is operating in debt, and suffering from low enrollment rates. I'm excited to bring my background in organizational leadership skills, coupled with my experience in balancing public budgets to fix these grave issues. I grew up in San Francisco public schools and attended CCSF when I was a senior in high school at Mission High School. I joined the U.S. Army when I turned 18 and served 11 years, both enlisted in the Medical Service Corps and as an officer in military intelligence. After that, I served 10 years in the Sacramento Fire Department, where I worked as an administrative analyst. And in my first year, I was able to increase the revenue from $9 million to $15 million. I would like to take my experience to City College to fix some of the budget issues. I also have plans to reach out to schools and other institutions in San Francisco Bay Area to help increase the enrollment issues. CCSF needs strong leaders to make it through the next 3 to 5 years, and I'm committed to serving the students and the teachers and everybody who is involved at CCSF.
Great, wonderful. So let's start us off with Co-Chair Barnes. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes. So the DCCC, welcome. The DCCC is working on a code of conduct to create safe spaces essentially across our charter clubs in the city for them to adopt sort of a sexual harassment policy. So with that in mind, plus the fact that there is a rise in hate crimes and firearms on campus, I'm wondering what you would do to increase public safety. Do you see it's an issue? And I read your questionnaire and you talked about concern with innocent bystanders. And I'm wondering if you would think creatively about other solutions and policies if elected.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. And a lot of times crimes are not even reported. So I mean, to say that I don't trust the statistics would be maybe an understatement, because I know that a lot of people do not report crimes because they're scared. I mean, people don't want their business to be known to the public. So, number one, I think that we need to have education forums and trainings if we don't have already for preventing harassment on the school campus, whether it's by other students or by teachers or by police officers or whoever. I mean, nobody should have to deal with harassment from anybody. And so that's number one, the training. And number two, in terms of your concern about the firearms, I believe the City College should be a firearm-free zone. In other words, I mean, besides law enforcement, nobody should be carrying any weapons onto campus. So that's really important that our students feel safe when they're around other students and teachers and everyone else.
Thank you. Ms. Bellotta.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Hi, Ms. Louie. Thanks for being here. I'm curious if you can share a little bit more about your perspective just on how you see the role of City College. Obviously, it's facing a lot of challenges in terms of enrollment. And there really is this ongoing kind of debate around whether City College should, and some believe, and some folks like the ACCJC would like to see the City College become more of a junior college and really shrink its services and offerings to the community. And I think there's others who want to see City College still be the community college that it has been, serving so many different parts of our community in San Francisco. So where do you fall on that? And what's your vision, for the college if you were to be elected? Where do you stand on that?
I would like to see City College remain as a community college. I was a student at City College. My father taught there in 2003 to 2005 as a culinary arts instructor, and my son is currently enrolled there. So everything that happens at City College really affects my family. It impacts our family, and we care deeply about it. The reason why I wanted to stay at community college is because it has so many offerings through the years that we've seen City College. And I really think that we could increase enrollment by reaching out to the public schools, by reaching out to even schools close by. You know, we have so many programs that other junior colleges do not offer, and we need to make that known. And there's so many ways to do it. I think that we should go ahead and contact some of the famous alumni and ask them to maybe do promotions for us, do marketing. We should talk to all the different board members, as well as career counselors, education counselors. We should reach out to all the high schools as well, not only in San Francisco, but in the entire Bay Area. There's 52 weeks in a year, and I think that every week we should be reaching out to the different schools and let people know what's available at City College so they could be interested in enrolling. I know my son, who just graduated from Washington High School, he's enrolled at City College. But had I not talked to him about what's available at City College, him and his friends would not have enrolled. So I think it's really important for us to talk to our younger generation and let them know what's available out there so they can make a wise choice.
Yes, thank you. Member Wen.
Hi, thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Ms. Louie. My question is about expanding access to parenting students, so students that have children and working families behind housing is childcare is the most expensive and barrier to access to education. I'm curious around your thoughts on universal childcare in San Francisco, maybe potentially using parts of the campus facilities, repurposing them as early childcare facilities, and just your thoughts generally on that. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that question. Actually, when I attended college, Pacific Lutheran University, I was a mother. I had a baby, and I really wish that we did have universal childcare because it cost me a lot of time and money to find childcare outside of school. So I would be in support of childcare at the campuses.
Great. Thank you. I don't think that we have enough time for another question, but I would like to give you an extra 10 seconds if you'd like to wrap up. So a minute and 10 for your conclusion.
Thank you so much. I want to say words of gratitude for allowing me to come on here to speak with you all about my position for City College.
and I would be honored to have your endorsement.
Well, thank you very, very much, Ms. Louie. It was very nice to have you here with us today.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Righty then, we're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule. But we do have Mr. Alan Wong ready to go if you want to start it up 3 minutes early.
If he's ready, we're ready.
Let's find out.
In the armed forces, we say always ready, always there. So,
well, we appreciate that. Nice to have you here, Mr. Wong. I'm Michaela Alioto-Pierre. I am your co-chair for this afternoon, along with Carrie Barnes, who's our other co-chair. Mr. Sam Maslin will be taking time for us, and then we're joined with other members of the DCCC. Thank you for being here today. We will start with a 1-minute opening, or you will start with a 1-minute opening, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1-minute close.
Sure.
So with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Alan Wong. I serve as president of the City College of San Francisco Board of Trustees and co-chair of the Free City College Oversight Committee. I was born and raised in San Francisco, and my entire family attended City College. As a youth, I served on the San Francisco Unified School District Student Advisory Council and a student delegate to the San Francisco Board of Education. In 2019, when I was working in Supervisor Gordon Marr's office, I was the principal legislative staffer responsible for drafting and passing the current Free City College program as it stands. As policy director at Children's Council of San Francisco, I advocate for childcare and to ensure that every child can reach their full potential. With a comprehensive education policy background spanning childcare, K-12, and higher education, my aim is to support the success of young San Franciscans from birth to adulthood. If reelected to the City College Board, my priorities are maintaining a balanced budget, rainy day reserve fund, and strong financial controls, keeping City College accredited and accessible to all, expanding job opportunities, protecting Free City College, and closing the opportunity and achievement gap for African American and Latino students. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's start with a question from Co-Chair Barnes.
Sure. Hi, Alan. Welcome. So there is currently an accreditation crisis and a fiscal crisis. There's just a lot going on. You need a new chancellor. I'm just curious why we should have faith in reelecting you. If you could tell us, why you should keep your job and what you're going to do differently and or build or what you have been doing to create fiscal solvency and improve student enrollment at City College. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So when I got onto the board, we started with some fiscal issues. So 2 years before I was on the board, the institution had spent down reserves, and we were actually using our prepaid lease for the Mission Campus to count towards our reserve funding when I started. And so those are some issues that the auditors weren't happy about. Since I got on the board, things that I worked on were I was able to change structurally our budget policies, requiring 2/3 board majority or supermajority in order to use our reserve funds, require mandatory budget updates at every single board meeting, showing our actuals instead of just seeing the budget during budget season, and also require us to have 5-year budget planning as instead of just looking into next year. So those are policies that I passed when I was the budget chair. And so since then, we did have, so recently in our most recent audit, we had no negative findings in our financial audits for our parcel tax, bond tax, and unrestricted general fund for the first time in 25 years. So there are constantly headlines that talk about enrollment and financial issues. So currently, let's say where we stand. We have a 5% reserves and a balanced budget, and we've had that for the last several fiscal years. In addition, we also have growing enrollment. Last spring, our enrollment grew by 12% over the previous spring. This summer, our enrollment grew 8% over the previous summer. This coming fall, our enrollment has already grown 14% over the previous fall. So what's the big issue here? What is at hand is that there's a future issue that's looming over City College that's coming at us. So in fiscal year 25-26, we are set to have our revenue frozen from the state. We will no longer get cost of living adjustments from the state. So they're working to wean us onto the student-centered funding formula. And so we will get paid based on the higher of two funding formulas that exist. So there's two different scenarios that I see. So in order for the college to continue to get growth in funding, cost of living adjustments, we need to be able to adjust and get onto that new funding formula, because until we hop onto that one, we're stuck at our current funding formula that is frozen. So there are two extremes here. Extreme number one, if we do absolutely nothing to grow enrollment, eventually we'll get increased cost of living adjustments in about 7 years, because even though if our enrollment stays the same, the COLA increases from the other funding formula will exceed the funding formula that we're on right now, and we'll hop onto that one. In farther end scenario, if we increase in the other end of the spectrum, if we increase enrollment by about 8% each in the next 3 years, we're slated to get onto that funding formula in about 3 years. And we could get onto that funding formula. So in the meantime, we will, as an institution, have a revenue freeze where we won't get cost of living adjustments for 3 or so years. So what do you do? That's the big question facing City College that keeps me up at night. And so I think for me, there's some folks that have different perspectives, whether it be growing the institution or cutting the institution. I favor a midway point. I think that the best way during those interim 3 years, when we have a budget that will remain flat, is to use employee attrition to be able to keep our spending flat as our employee costs and salary costs and healthcare costs go up, and also reallocate some of those that money also to more in demand in classes so that we can increase enrollment at the same time. In addition, we've done marketing. We've been working to get Free City College promoted so that we are continuing to grow enrollment as we have this past year and continue our growth.
Thank you. Mr. Galata.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Hi, Board President Wong. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. With everything you just outlined in terms of what's coming and what's ahead for the college, I know that the college is also looking for a new permanent chancellor. And the board's responsibility is really to provide kind of oversight to the chancellor and the administration, and also help with the recruitment. So what are you looking for? I know you've been able to help with hiring an interim chancellor, but what are you looking for in a chancellor at this moment in time for City College?
Yes, I want a chancellor that will stick with us for long term. And essentially for the chancellor that stays here, it's literally like a elected official that they're sending, because in San Francisco, it's so complicated here. They are dealing with multiple constituent groups, all these external stakeholders that are trying to push their perspective. And if they don't get what they want, then they go outside of the college and use other leverage points to push the institution. And so our chancellor needs to be somebody that can understand our political system here and be able to push these different things. So for me, it's somebody that can bring the institution together, work with everybody. Our oldest chancellor that was there for 10 years, he was able to bring everybody together because he would get everybody in the room and ensure that everybody was on the same page before we moved forward, and ensure that we didn't have different kind of divisions on campus. And so when we have divisions on campus, then it causes acrimony, and then outside entrepreneurs pick up on that to write bad things about City College.
Great, thank you. So with that, you have a 1 minute concluding remarks.
Thank you. For me, City College is really important to me. I was born and raised in San Francisco, and my entire family attended City College. My dad, after he got laid off from a factory job, he went through the ESL program to learn English to improve his chances of finding a good job. Then he found out about the culinary program, which allowed him to become a union hotel cook at the Grand Hyatt on Stockton. And that's how he supported my family for 2 decades, allowing us to live in ADUs in the Sunset. When I was a high school student going to Lincoln and later UC San Diego, I took City College classes with a low-income tuition waiver. Those classes helped me graduate from UC San Diego when I was just 19 years old with a bachelor's degree, thanks to the dual enrollment classes I was involved in. I have a comprehensive educational background in childcare, K through 12, and higher education. For me, this is very personal to me, and I want to be able to help future generations of San Francisco succeed. I'm very proud to be supported by State Senator Scott Wiener, Assembly Member Matt Haney, Labor's Local 261, also Carpenters Local 22, San Francisco firefighters, and many more. I hope that I can earn your vote.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Wong. It was nice to have you, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have one more interview. We're going to roll back the tape and go back to District Attorney. Mr. Kojaste is able to join us here at the tail end of our day, and I am promoting him up now to be a panelist, where he can take your questions and we can conduct this last interview.
161.
Same format, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Hi, Mr. Kojosta. Nice to have you with us today. We're really glad that this worked out.
Yeah, thank you so much for your willingness to accommodate. I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes, no, for sure. My name is Michaela Alioto-Pierre. I am the co-chair for today's event, along with Carrie Barnes, who is my other co-chair. Mr. Sam Maslin will be doing the time, and we're joined with other members of the DCCC. So the format's pretty straightforward. You have 1 minute of an opening statement, followed by 6 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute close. And so with that, again, thank you for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Well, hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Kojaste. I'm really glad to be here with you all. I am a prosecutor, and I'm running for San Francisco District Attorney because I believe there is a better way to achieve public safety. I believe in striking the right balance between accountability and rehabilitation. And my introduction to the criminal justice system is because of the tragic murder of my uncle. You know, I grew up with hard lessons and stories told to me about the need for our society to do better, to address crime proactively, to get kids back on the right track, and also save lives. And so I'm proud that I've worked in multiple district attorneys' offices. I've also worked on the other side, briefly at the public defender's office, and I want to help collaboratively address the important issues facing our city. I have experience in many different units and divisions of the district attorney's office, and I hope as the next district attorney, I can partner with you all to address the crises on our streets. And I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. With that, I'm going to ask Co-Chair Barnes, would you like to ask a question or?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so welcome, Ryan. I am on the, excuse me, it's been a long day. I'm on the DCCC Special Committee on sexual assault and harassment. We're currently creating a code of conduct, and we're interested in safe spaces. As you saw earlier this week, a San Francisco court decided to drop charges against dozens of people accused of domestic violence and sexual battery, among other accusations. Many have been blaming the courts in its process. Frankly, you were vocal on social media criticizing our district attorney. And so I'm wondering, if you were in her situation now, how would you have handled it differently?
That's a great question, and I really appreciate you asking that. So the courts, the judges are referees, right? By our Constitution, by statutes, people have a right to speedy trials and speedy hearings. And because of the unprecedented COVID backlog, there were emergency orders that were able to delay cases. We've known about this for years. And so when the current district attorney took office, we had a responsibility to collaborate with the public defender's office, with the private defense bar, with the courts to figure out how we can secure justice, right? That could be reasonable plea deals. That could have been treatment. That could have been being prepared for trial. I mean, this was a problem we knew about 2 years before. And so I recognize that it is frustrating and it is not justice to have these cases dismissed. But it is not the responsibility of the courts to make sure the DA's office is able to be prepared with the right witnesses. Because if there aren't the witnesses available and we ask for further delays, right now there is no more good cause for continuance. When we don't have reasonable plea deals and the defense attorneys don't agree and push it to trial and we can't go to trial, then those cases get dismissed. We also have collaborative courts that can get people the treatment and the help they need that also lessens our court backlog. So one of the roles of district attorney is the efficient and effective management of the criminal justice system. And so it is very disturbing to me that this is happening and it is not right for the victims, but we knew about this problem for 2 years. And I do think that we need to strike that collaborative approach and bring together the public defender's office, the private defense bar, the courts, and figure out how are we going to address the mounting backlog of cases? Because I don't think these cases should be dismissed. But nonetheless, that is the reality. And if we can't meet these timelines, that is the remedy.
Thank you. Mr. Wen.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I have a question around the juvenile justice system and how we treat, the children that are entering our criminal justice system. How has San Francisco been working towards diversion, and what are your thoughts on like how we're doing now in supporting our juvenile justice system?
Thank you for that question. One of the biggest things I'm passionate about is getting our kids back on track. I lost my uncle to two young kids in a gang who killed him at work. And my aunt-in-law, my uncle's widow, always talked to me growing up about how could we have made sure this didn't happen. She later remarried a prosecutor who was the first person that I ever met that was a lawyer, who also talked to me about balance. And so I really wanted to work with kids at juvenile hall, and I got to do that for 2 years. And unfortunately, I lost my job for advocating to continue a lot of the programs we started that were collaborative based, that were treatment based, that were diversionary, that were actually working to get kids back on track to reduce crime and stop the pipeline to prison. Actually, on Thursday, I ran into the director of CARC, the Community Assessment and Referral Center, outside the Harvey Milk Plaza when I was campaigning. And she told me that referrals now have significantly been reduced. If we're not able to get kids that care immediately, then they go to jail. And so that pipeline being stopped is really concerning. The current DA has sought to charge kids as adults, which is a very dangerous policy that does not work because kids are not adults. When it comes to certain programs like the After program that help kids do community service, get mentorship, and secure a fund to get them to pay restitution to the victims, that has now been halted. The Make It Right program that started under George Gascon, that was a restorative justice program that was proven when kids completed it to reduce future crime by 66%. We actually got a grant from a program called Crankstart for $7 million to help boost out diversionary restorative justice programs like Make It Right, like others in young adult court. But unfortunately, because of the reduction of referrals and the firing of the people who are responsible for handling that, they took back the $7 million. I don't believe in playing politics with the lives of our children. Stopping the school to prison pipeline makes us safer. And I recognize this as someone who lost a family member. These kids could have been helped. And it was a failure of society that we did not get them back on the right track, and they engaged in criminal behavior. And so I plan to be more proactive about this as the next DA, and I appreciate that question.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So you have, we have about a minute and a half, and that includes your final concluding remarks. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just ask you, looking at this seat, because it's one of the most important offices in San Francisco, what do you think are the things that you would want to do your first 100 days in office? And with that, and I realize that's kind of a big question, but with that, if you wouldn't mind also adding your concluding remarks into that, kind of bring us home here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's an important question too, so thank you. We have a top-heavy management structure in the DA's office. As someone who's an insider, who's worked there, who has colleagues and mentors there, we need to have an efficient and effective administration of justice. In my first 100 days, I want to reduce the top-heavy management structure and put more prosecutors in the courtroom. As a felony prosecutor, we had overwhelming caseloads. When you have overwhelming caseloads and you can't competently and ethically prosecute, then we add to the backlog of cases. Cases get dismissed. Things get dropped. Violent people get released. Or you could even wrongfully convict somebody. And I want to stop that. I believe in rebolstering our juvenile justice unit to make sure kids have the care, treatment, and support they need. I want to make sure that we bolster our special prosecutions unit so we hold everybody accountable under the law, including big corporations for wage theft, including law enforcement officers who commit misconduct. I want to expand our referrals to collaborative and treatment courts because that also reduces the backlog of cases, gets people the help they need, and I can focus on vigorously prosecuting serious and violent crime to make sure those people are held accountable. I don't want to play politics with this job. I'm not going to mass fire anybody. I want to work together, support my staff, have an equitable division of labor, and in my first 100 days, I will take the Banko Brown case to a grand jury, because that's what the public deserves. And so I hope to be the next district attorney. I appreciate all the work that you've all done today, and I hope that I see you again, hopefully in a different capacity, and we can work together to address public safety in our city. So thank you so
Great.
much.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I'm really glad this all worked out. It was really nice to have you here this afternoon. Wish you all the best. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful to meet you all. I know you had a long day, so I appreciate everything. Thanks.
You brought it home at the end. Thanks
Have
so
a good
much.
one. Bye.
All right. And so I believe with that, we are concluding the candidate interviews for today. Tomorrow, we will begin the issues and resolutions ballot measures. And so thank you for joining us.